Oh, I'm not.
Hello. Hello, party people. Welcome to the stream. Happy Wednesday. The middle of the week, which is exciting. We're going to be doing placements today.
God, that threw me off for a sec. I forgot that Wiz's stream wasn't muted, and he said hi, and I just freaked the fuck out because he was after Overwatch.
Hi, Dylan. Hi, Sonic. We're going to do a couple warm-ups, and then we're going straight into comp. I'm just going to say hi to everyone else. Hello.
There we go. That sounds more normal.
You see, now that one scared me.
You're welcome. The only stream that doesn't seem to be working properly is Facebook. But I think we can deal with that. So, let's go.
Your leader.
Of course he is. He already knows that.
Well, I saw Jats was leader for most of it, so...
Well, while we were waiting for you to join, is pretty much it.
Yeah.
You should know us better than that. We refuse to have control.
You don't want the responsibility, eh?
I for sure know that I'm at least not responsible enough to be in control. Oh, I just realised that week 2 skin is available now.
Yeah. As of probably this morning. Or last night, I don't know.
I didn't check yesterday, to be honest. It says 6 days, so I'm guessing yesterday.
Probably. That's some queue time for quick play.
We are 5 stacks, though, you know. Also, what's the new tank
True.
like? I actually haven't played him or actually looked at his abilities or anything.
He's very fascinating. You remember Symmetra's shield where she was able to throw it forward?
Yeah.
Yeah, they basically reuse that mechanic, except he has more control over it. So basically you press it to throw it and release to kind of freeze it in place. It has 1500 health, which I think is about the same as Ryan's.
Ryan's is 2000.
Okay, yeah, so slightly less than Ryan's. But you can remove it and replace it anywhere at any time. And when you take it away and place it somewhere else, it has the same amount of health, so you put it away to regenerate its health, and then... Other than that, he's got a short to mid-range primary fire. He can absorb damage from projectiles and turn them into shield. Basically more health for himself. Up to an extra 400 health, I think. But it decays similarly to Lucio's ult. And his... He can also throw a giant rock, which knocks people back and stuns them for a split second.
All this fancy stuff, and then he can throw a rock.
Oh, it's a big rock.
When I saw that on the Facebook chat, I'm like, are you sure you meant to say rock, like not rocket? Like,
No, it's a giant rock.
fancy rock.
Not even fancy, it's just a giant rock.
I think I might have read it as rocket instead of rock in the chat if it was there then.
Giant
Oh,
rock.
Right.
And then his ultimate throws everyone into the air, holds them in place, and then slams them onto the ground after 2 seconds.
Oh. So it's like Earthshatter.
Hang on, yes. Except, the amount of damage it does when you hit the ground is 50% of your max health.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
I don't know what his max... What's his default health, like 400 or something?
His default health is 400, but I mean, each player will lose 50% of their max health that is in the...
Oh.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, I thought it was the tank's max health.
Enemy turret destroyed. Taking my
And my frame rate's being weird again. I didn't even save your life. What kind of healer am I?
Wow, he has his ult already.
Yeah, I'm nowhere close. I need to
Ah.
I need to freeze something. I'm gonna close Steam and like
Oh.
Origin and like
Oh god, I'm on fire.
Jump in the water.
Jesus.
More best this not.
no jumping into the water. Not allowed.
Do what I want.
Refreshing bath.
There's mental.
The refreshing bath of death.
Didn't mean to do that.
Wait, they have a sword as well?
God, I don't know why my frame is messing up.
No, jeez.
Oh jeez.
I can do better than that.
No!
Check it! Enemy turret ahead!
Just turn everything down to the lowest settings. Then you
Pretty
don't have
much.
to worry about- Well, that's what I play on. Still looks pretty good.
I'll probably lower it to medium and then restart the game and that should help. What's weird is I'm only using 80% of my CPU and 30% of my GPU and it's causing problems. I had no shield.
Yeah, but you seem to always have problems.
Yeah, this is true.
This might need a few adjustments.
My shit hit first, what the hell?
Enemy turret ahead.
Ground Globe, welcome to the order. Thanks for the follow. Hope your day's going well.
I got you.
Happy Wednesday. Oh jeez. I don't think this is going well for us.
It's going well enough for a first game.
True, true.
Giving you a
Oh, that's two dead.
Was I in trying to play Widow?
I will accept all of this health.
Oh my no.
Oh, Genji, almost dead. Yes, nice one, Mol.
Well, it's been ages since I've played.
No, God, I have 50 health.
Fuck off, Bob!
Nice.
Oh god, I died, but Bob's fucked off.
But you saved the rest of us. It's a fair trade.
take some armor.
Got a monkey in.
I have installed the PTR. Yes, I played it a tiny bit.
The Hulk and got a healer.
I played one game as D.Va. I haven't had a chance to play as Sigma yet, but he's looking very interesting. How about you? Have you had a chance to try him?
Oh my god.
Even though Blizzard, or at least Jeff, considers him a main tank, I don't think he'll be used as one. And I'm
Nice smile. Holy shit, you have 3 of them?
and I'm not excited to lose the versatility of Brigitte. That's gonna suck, in my opinion.
Crouch, jump, crouch. Oh, that's a Doomfist. He has no cooldowns. Kill him.
Oh jeez.
Oh, boy.
Ah, fair enough.
Enemy turret on the left!
That was a kill.
Thank you. Break shield, break shield, break shield. Why is he trying to kill me?
You're not supposed to walk on that, Sonic. It hurts.
Just like cooldown skill. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Oh no, I had to reload.
It's alright, I finished him off for you. Okay, we've turned this around a bit. Oh no. Mole, I'm sorry. I don't have the heal. No. I'm sorry, Mole. I didn't have the heal ready.
Oh no, it's fine.
I at least killed the Ashe before she was able to get to you. Nice.
Nice. Nice low. Yay.
And this is why you play Junkrat.
Yeah.
Main Sparrow.
He didn't make it.
I'm still trying to work out how Mole got a triple kill with the bloody minefield.
I got no idea.
We're about to find out.
I like how the glasses are falling off.
Yep.
Like, they just walked into it!
Yeah, they did.
Like, what?
They literally all walked into it.
Yeah.
I guess that's quick play for you, right? Okay, I'm going to quickly restart my game. And we will see what happens.
At a what?
I'm going to quickly restart my game.
Right on.
Because my frame rate is sitting at half what it should be. Yeah, so it's interesting. Quick play, you can spectate individual matches, but you can't go into a permanent spectator mode. It doesn't follow you through matches. Whereas in competitive matches, which is what we'll be playing today, it's worse because... No, you can spectate regardless of whether the match is full. So if I go to social here, I can right-click on this person and go spectate. But it doesn't follow you through. And in terms of competitive, you can't spectate competitive matches because that you could provide a competitive advantage to the person you're spectating. Or at least to the team you're spectating. The alternative is the new replay system, which shows up under career profile. Where you can rewatch past matches. Alright, I'm going to give Overwatch a little more CPU.
I only just realized the new Torbjorn skin is like a blow-up hammer.
Yep. Let's kill Overtrack. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Yeah. I agree, Dylan. It'd be nice.
Welcome to Paris.
Yeah, the Facebook stream is still dead.
Yeah, but no one cares about Facebook. So was it really a loss?
Ground Globe, my favorite heroes. My favorite hero is probably Brigitte, as shown by this shirt. Yep. Hi, Hazikstar, always wearing this shirt for placements, come on. I gotta be consistent in some way, you know? Favorite hero is Brigitte, but Tracer comes a very close second. The only reason...
You can always check menu log as well.
The only reason Tracer isn't at the top is because when you compare her abilities to the abilities of every other hero in the game, she just doesn't have as much excitement. It's teleport forward, undo a bit of health, a bit of damage, and throw a small bomb. And what you'll notice is that especially in the past couple of years, it's much harder to get multiple kills with that pulse bomb. Let alone one kill. They nerfed her. They nerfed the bomb for a while. They're reverting that soon, but it's frustrating. Okay. This is better.
Oh, no bunker? That's interesting.
Nice. Oh no, Mole, you're alone.
It's fine. It's not fine.
Ah, my hook was just too late.
Nice. We
Oh,
got
there's
this.
a Hanzo off here. Let's kill him. No, mind, I missed my hook.
But Ground Globe, when it comes to heroes I've played the most, it's Tracer, D.Va, Moira, Brigitte, I think.
Found a Hanzo.
And then Junkrat,
Kill
and
it.
then Zarya.
I did. You think I'm gonna take the opportunity to not kill Hanzo? They're all pushed out. Who needs hold hook when you've got pile driver hook?
Right?
You might want to keep your distance.
Rip that Moira.
Genji's one.
No, he's not. He's gone.
Giving you
Well, he was one, okay?
I'm taking damage.
Wow, that was...
Fast.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Okay, I think it's time for comp.
Hey.
Of course, we're going to watch this play of the game first.
Also, we did that with 5 people. Our Ana left like right at the start of the game.
Hey, it's me!
It is you.
You literally did nothing.
Bish, shut up.
Huh?
Game that short. Of course not much is gonna happen.
It was a minute and a half.
Wow.
Damn it, I almost had 5 goals. All I needed was bloody objective time.
I had a couple
Oh,
golds
yeah,
there.
sorry about that.
I did jack
Sorry, you
shit.
stole it? Of course you did.
I only had one though.
Hazikstar, I've played a little bit of Sigma. No, actually, I haven't played Sigma. I played against Sigma.
Are you sticking around for comp, Mol?
Yeah, I might.
Well, those were our warm-ups, so we're probably going to jump into comp now. Warning you in advance.
I'll join.
Yeah.
I'll-
Anyone who needs a bathroom break, go ahead and do so now.
Hazak, new heroes usually get some form of buff a week or so after release.
And then there's Brigitte, who got 10, 11 nerfs in a row, and then a rework.
Yeah, something like that. I do
Mm,
like her rework though.
I am concerned about her survivability.
Yeah, I feel like her shield is probably a bit too weak, but apart from that, I actually quite like her.
Yes, I agree. I I am excited to be able to heal more as Brigitte.
Yeah, but Hazek, he's a tank. I mean, I don't actually know. I haven't seen any gameplay of him or anything, but he's a tank. Like,
His mobility is available through his ult. Not to mention that he's also going to be coming out alongside the Symmetra teleporter rework. So there'll be a permanent teleporter that you can go through at any point in any direction. So
yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
So combining those, I think that's why they did it, and it's also why they lowered the amount of knockback on Ryan, because they were concerned. Yeah, his ult's pretty great.
Yeah, but you can't really put ult in terms of mobility, because when you think mobility, you think something you can use quite often. Ult just isn't that, considering they're also slowing down all of the
No, his ult lets him fly.
Oh,
Hazek
seriously?
stuff. Yeah. He can literally press Q and then fly straight up, or in any direction once he's up.
That's interesting. But either way, you still
Hi,
can't
Tim.
really put that into mobility because it's an ult, and they've like
No, and
put,
because
like,
they've
what,
slowed down
12%.
ult generation, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, like a 12% cost increase or something. So ults are going to be even slower again.
Yes. Which is good, because it shouldn't be an ult, multiple ults per fight.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're trying to avoid. They want to have more vanilla fights.
Yeah. Is everyone ready to go?
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Okay. Welcome to Season 17. Ooh, the player icon is the little dune buggy from the moon map. That's neat.
Huh.
Okay. And the spray is the moon map too. We found a game instantly.
That's
No.
never a good sign.
Well, gotta get Junkrat right away then.
I mean, you gotta fight with one other guy.
Yeah, but that one guy, you never know.
Yeah, true.
Oh, I'm sure he'll get a nerf. I just hope he doesn't get the same brutal treatment that Brigitte got. 12 nerfs in a row.
Well, I feel like that they're gonna think about him more in the terms of the lock 222 that they're bringing.
Yes,
So
and that was...
they may even hold off on many changes until that 222 comes out, because when it does lock, I feel like the following couple
Well,
of
that
months
lock is already on the
afterwards,
PTR. So the people
Yes, it's on
testing
the PTR,
Sigma
but-
are testing roll lock
Yes, but they
combined
never-
with him.
They never change anything based on PTR, because PTR
I know.
only holds like 2% of
They
players.
say they will, and they literally never have. Even,
they
like,
won't.
critical bugs. It's
this point-
depressing.
At this point, they make sure that he doesn't break the entire, like, heroes don't break the entire game just by selecting them or being there.
Yeah,
That's really all the PTR's there for.
agreed.
So, yeah, when roll lock goes live, then I feel like the next, like, after that 2-week little beta period that they're going to be running it, after it goes full live, I feel like the next 2 months after that, there's just going to be a sweep of hero changes. Because they actually have something to balance it on.
Yep.
They have something.
Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, okay, that's then.
Oh.
Break shield. Shield slow. Focus farm. Oh,
Ah, she got me.
Oh,
nice
I
trap.
tried to keep myself alive.
Oh.
Oh my god, Mel, how did you do that?
This is nothing.
Because I'm hammered.
Azixstar,
Hide me
I
and
would
then
say that Blizzard say he's a main tank.
Catching you up.
I would argue he is more an off tank. But he has some main tank capabilities.
I have a Zen.
Can't take much more.
Zen's down.
No, you don't. There's no Zen.
It's because I killed him.
Ow. Oh no. Wait, where did you go?
Alright,
Oh.
push Shield low. I'm gonna ult.
Ah, I hit the wall. The wall directly in front of me. I think the reason why he seems more like an off tank to me is because
Ah, bitch.
by making a tank,
Oh, sorry,
Nice
Sonic.
wall.
that wall saved our lives
No! I pressed the wrong button.
until that.
Yeah, but we forced the fair few ult out. We didn't even use
True. But I think the thing they're trying to avoid is making a second tank
On top of the wall.
where the
I feel like-
character
Yeah,
holds
no.
the shield because they don't want a second Rhine.
God damn it.
Because they've realized how limiting Rhine is because he's melee plus shield.
Well, I was thinking of changing to McCree, but since
And
you
they've-
told me to.
They're basically reworking Brigitte so that
No,
she
it's
doesn't
not.
have a shield available for the next patch. Because again,
Oh, there's another door there. Sorry.
because they've just realized A, there are too many shields in the game, and B, that they
Apparently.
don't want too many heroes that carry shields.
The Pharah.
Focus Zara, focus Zara. Ashe is killable. Nice.
Nice! I didn't think we were going to win that fight.
Nah, we killed him off.
Wait, we won the fight? Nice.
We won that fight, yeah. Although I wouldn't recommend being out here.
Oh. Oh no.
That's, oh, nice. That's
Oh.
really moving. Oh god, where's that bad boy? Burn shield, burn shield.
I like how there's like all of the enemies there, and I just see Mole like running around the
Yeah.
payload.
Hey, if we stop it from moving, they can do whatever they want.
Pretty much. Oh no, Tifa.
Nice.
Oh, I couldn't stun him.
Yes.
Now I can stun him. Get him! Oh no, Pharah's gonna kill me. Pharah's totally gonna kill me. I need healing.
Ah, she's so low.
I can't heal without doing damage.
It's fine, we got a Bappo.
Bappo needs to pay attention.
God, I need my mech back. Oh! That's
That Rhine is low. He's down. Oh god. Oh no!
Down.
no, that's fine.
I thought I was gonna survive that, and then I didn't.
I mean, if they have to use ults to get out of spawn, I can't really argue with it.
Mm-hmm.
Ready for more.
Bastards.
We've got some meat.
Hello.
Call it a creep.
Oh, May, thank God.
Damn it, I missed my stun. Oh
I
god!
got fucked.
I have regrets. I shouldn't have gone in that way. That was a terrible decision. Whoa!
Very nice.
Bravo!
Good.
No place to go but up.
Killed the Rhine.
Oh,
And all my concerns were washed away.
Teamwork.
That should be better.
Again, Mole just gets 3 guys walking into his minefield.
That's totally going to be the play of the game.
You just time it perfectly.
Call it a creep.
It wasn't even down to timing last time. Oh, nice.
Emerald.
Moira.
Mm,
I'm gonna miss this shield so much.
I wanna get that kill. Come on, we
I'm
get
gonna
the kill.
miss this
Oh,
shield
she's
so much.
low.
Armoring you up.
Not fair. Yeah, that'll happen, Ground Globe. There was a day where Sonic doesn't really play a lot of variety. Well, actually, he plays a lot of heroes.
I've got
Sonic hates playing against Doomfist. This one time he played Doomfist and got play of the game like 3 matches in a row. That's how well he was doing.
Take some armor.
Just get on there, Jats.
Freeze. Don't move.
Nice.
Nice freeze. We got this.
Nice.
Alright, coming in on the left.
Oh, nice.
Nice work.
I'm just gonna keep repeating the word nice. Because I've got such a great team.
Push forward, don't let
Oh,
them.
they got a helmet of their own.
That's fine.
Oh, their Zen made it. So did their Zarya, be careful.
They have no shield. Fire slow, fire slow. Nice work, guys.
Well, Hazexstar, here's the thing. I understand people's complaints. My concern is her shield was her only way to protect herself. That's the first thing. The second thing is her only way to heal herself is through doing damage. To do damage, she has to be in the front lines. The moment you take away her shield and ensure her self-heal does less healing, which both of these changes are part of the update, she can no longer sustain herself long enough to be able to do damage enough to be able to heal herself and the people around her. Not to mention her stun has a shorter period, which means she can't even use it to escape, and to use her stun, she needs her shield, meaning she has to leave her shield down so that the health on the shield doesn't go to 0, because the moment it's at 0, she can't even stun to do the bare minimum of protecting herself. Now yes, I get that none of the other supports have good ways of defending themselves, but Lucio has a very good escape. Moira has a very good way of escaping areas. Mercy has a good way of escaping. Ana doesn't really have a way of escaping, but she can put people to sleep for a long period of time. So the only one that Brigitte is kind of balanced alongside now is Zen, because Zen doesn't have an easy way to get away.
They've got an Ash.
She has Shield Bash.
And an Ana.
The stun on the Shield Bash is much shorter. The knockback is a little stronger, but I think the cooldowns are the same. The problem with the Shield Bash is she can't use the Shield Bash if the shield health is at 0, and they lowered the shield health to what, 150? 100? Something ridiculously tiny. So the combination of them means that she is as dead in the water as Zen when he's not being protected. Zen has the benefit of being able to
This sounds like a job.
lob orbs from a distance, and also to be able to put a Discord orb on someone, which helps
Back up.
his team. She doesn't have that. Her only way of helping the team was through using the shield to stun so that the rest of the team could help take out the enemy. And she can't do that anymore. Like, technically she can, but she doesn't have the way to do it. Yeah, it's in PTR. You can test it right now. I haven't played it, but I have concerns. We are struggling a little, I think.
The turret's back up on the moving platform.
Can we regroup in one spot rather than half of us being behind and half of us being in the front?
Now it's gonna take a bit of a solo approach now.
Just fling yourself this way, Jats.
Yeah. That post coming.
There you go. Alright.
Just
Let's go.
Watch for the hole. Charging in.
Oh, I tried to throw the heal on you. Oh no.
Nah, but look how many ults they used. They used like everything. That's fine.
They used at least 3 ults. So next push we go.
No place to go.
Yeah, I don't know why it took them 3 years to add a couple.
Are you guys ready for a push? Because I'm still
servers.
back here.
Yeah, we will be. Just need everyone to get here. Who are we waiting on?
We
We're
can
just
wait
waiting on
we can
Jats.
wait on Jats. Nah, that's fine.
That's alright. They were distracted.
Bob's dead. I'm also dead.
Their Mercy's down too.
Nah, we're fine. We got this. Watch that turret. Nice.
Stay nearby so I can give you some shields. Taking a nap there, Jats. Welcome back, Dylan.
There's a turret just in front of the door.
Yeah, that's fine. I got him. You have a Hammond?
No, I got it.
Get Hammond, blade blocking. Nice work, nice work. I got a shadow.
I got my.
Oh, I'm sorry. I knocked him back a bit.
Nah, it's alright. It's fine, we got one. First, you got the res off.
How'd she get that?
I was too scared to actually go hit her.
Ah! I almost got her. Yeah, keep an eye out for Ash. She's going to be around there. Actually, Junkrat, be careful because she's probably near you.
She's behind the shield.
Okay.
Just watch for the Holt hook combo. I got a drop shield. Watch for hooks.
Let me get this.
Shield's broken.
Oh god! I got hooked!
Shoot the cart!
Is Bob still?
No, Bob's gone. We're good.
Turret on cart.
Oh damn, my stun missed.
Very long.
That's alright. We're good.
Let's go push him off.
I'm taking care of us. My favorite tank, 100% at the moment, is D.Va. Zarya is a very close second. And I would definitely like to learn Sigma
Yeah, I saw.
to see if I can do well with him.
Nice. There's two
I
of
don't
them.
know if I will because it is a 3-star difficulty tank. And his primary fire is very much like Zen's, which I suck
She
at.
fell back.
But the rock is going to
I
be a
got
lot of
the
fun.
wrong one.
Be careful, Mol.
I'm dead.
Yep.
I tried to. Damn it. I got shadow again.
Nice! That's both of their supports down.
Cool, you can push pretty hard on that one.
Shield's taking damage.
This is
Just keep shooting that shield. Yeah.
I can shadow if I can get around them.
Take some armor.
Reaper on the left.
Oh god, I'm dead. I didn't even get my stun off.
2 dead. 1 dead actually.
Practice makes perfect.
I don't know where Bob went.
Bumps and bruises.
He's right next to the cart. Damn it. I got
Alright,
such a
don't
good
use
shadow,
ults.
I didn't realize.
Hold ults.
I got such a good shadow I didn't realize we didn't have the follow up.
Yeah, I know, Dylan.
We don't have a shield anymore, so take care.
Good as
Ah, okay. Right.
I got hog. Kill him. Nice one. Nice one. Best shield.
Reaper's up the top. I think he's gonna ult and he kills me.
I got Ana.
the run, kill the run, kill the run.
Oh no, I died.
I got Mercy.
I'm the only one who died. Just all you have to do is get it to that spot right there.
I got the hook, I got the hook. Kill hog, kill hog, kill hog, kill hog. Nice.
That wasn't the plan.
I'll just hold one of the doors.
Nice work.
Yes.
Okay, I'm ordering my food.
Hey, that's fine.
Nice. I was expecting a mole play of the game.
I think Curious
Oh,
is led
this
into
is-
moles. Yeah, okay, they're all focused on Curious. They didn't realize the they didn't realize
Brutal.
the minefield went up. Ooh, that was good.
It was the teamwork one.
Dylan, it's because you you stream at NA prime time. I stream
That was fun.
at AU prime time, which is basically no other streamers. One victory. We did it. Our first game was a win. Oh, and that got me the May spray.
Same. I got a gold in my loot box and it was fucking coins.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of coins in purples and golds. It's frustrating.
So do we have enough time to do another match before Jats has dinner?
Jets?
We
Or
should
do
be
you-
able to, because what I was going to order has disappeared, and so has the place.
Oh no. Alright, then game number 2, everyone set?
Yep.
I consider it prime time
Jesus.
because everyone's home from
Oh,
work.
no, laugh if it's
Yeah.
the team again.
True, Dylan.
Oh no, I have to stop playing Stardew Valley now.
What?
Yeah, you do. Oh, insta-lock support.
Could be good, could be bad. Could be ugly.
All of them.
I will prove myself.
You hook 'em, I'll cook 'em.
Shut up.
I guess, Dylan, it depends on how many
Fine.
people...
Curious? Really? Still gonna do
Yeah,
it too?
Dylan, I know. That's
You still haven't
Yeah.
learned.
for good reason.
I was
if
hoping.
if I wasn't working full time, I would stream
hopes are
during NA
futile.
prime time.
It would seem so. Also, who
I agree.
supports fucking Vancouver Titans?
Alright, there's 2 of them Oregon point, 3, 4.
They just did. They
Actually, they're all on point.
Oh, I died instantly.
Oh, rip.
I got Lucio, maybe? No.
I don't know, it happens for Mixer as well.
I have a fucking Reaper.
This is not the end of the world.
Nice kill, nice kill.
There are a lot of good skins around the globe. I'm a big fan of
He
Tracer's,
was still there.
Run, 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 run!
Tracer's skin from Chinese New Year.
Have a Reaper on me.
Oh no, I'm gonna die again.
Just one.
I'm not gonna survive long enough to be of any use! No!
Reload! No!
I keep dying. I need a bit of protection.
I got Moira.
Practice makes perfect. Not to mention some bumps and bruises.
Watch
Oh,
them
I'm
all die.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
My
you
shield's
just
up.
like
Curious.
Oh
I'm
god.
So sorry, he was trying to.
No!
shoot me, just happened to walk in the way.
I haven't even touched the point yet.
Reaper.
Every single time.
This is all part of the learning process.
It's alright.
Junkrat, hold up. I need a security detail.
Should be your own
Okay.
shit.
I should be, yes. But I'm not.
Patching you up.
Wakefield.
Oh my god, they're all in
Oh, you're just like in there. What the hell, dude? Push him, push him, push him, push him.
If they
Oh
come
god,
out,
that's an angry monkey.
It's black with roses.
What are you doing, Anna? I have nothing
oh,
to kill.
that went down
Yes, I do.
weird.
You up. Feel under.
I was so tempted to hook that.
Oh no, I shouldn't have walked backwards. Oh,
Oh my god. Ooh,
this is all going terribly.
I can do better than that.
Sorry, we got this.
This is I think this is my worst round ever.
Have you still not really gotten back off point? Like, gotten back from spawn?
I was on the point for a bit during that last fight. Not long enough to be useful, but I was there.
Come on, Mo. You can't be napping in the middle of the fight.
Aye.
Oh.
I scared off the Lucio, it's fine.
Every time.
Oh god, not again. I've lost my shield. No, Winston, go away.
Back out.
Ah. I'm just glad
Where we going?
that I have my mic set up in a way where
Care for the
if I yell, it's the same volume. Because,
It's out there somewhere.
God.
Don't give it to me.
Stay outfitting. Watch this.
We all here? We all good?
Compressors, hard limiters, everything.
Hanzo behind.
Is he?
Monkey's frozen.
Kill the monkey, kill the monkey, kill the monkey, kill the monkey, kill the monkey. Nice work, nice work.
God, I'm 5 health.
Reaper's low,
David's
Reaper's low.
He was low, and then frickin' Anna kept healing him.
Nice stun, nice stun. I almost
Ah, I died anyway, so
back out, let him use the ult.
Eh.
Back to the drawing board.
It's gonna be interesting to try and get back.
Reaper has some really good skins, for
I
sure.
don't know if I'll make it in time.
I don't think you will.
He fucking slept me. Nah, I got slept on my way in. Damn! I didn't realize I built up that much percent.
That was rough.
Ah well. It's Ilios. At least that's my excuse, I hate Ilios. God damn it.
Bum, bum, bum.
Let's go.
Let's go. Oh, Dylan.
He's so low, I can't finish him.
Winston, piss off!
Hanzo.
Oh, Hanzo.
Oh, I almost got him.
Fuck!
Hooray, hooray, hooray.
Practice makes perfect. Not to mention.
Probably heard it.
Kill Reaper! Fuck!
I think we need to find a better way to deal with the Reaper.
So got some new.
I almost got my ult.
But yeah, I can't hook him. Because he just doesn't die.
Okay, I took out their Lucio, but I'm gonna die. Oh, yum!
Reaper's hiding in the bushes.
That's fine.
I can do group up with me.
Nice.
Actually, you guys might be able to do this. Yeah. You don't need me. Attack.
I need to bait out Sleep Dart from mana so I can ult.
It's not worth it. Everyone's dead. No, wait, Mole, I said it was not worth it.
Oh, sorry.
Not ready. This is not the end of the world.
Reaper's on me. He's on the left side.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Oh, I tried to throw a heal on you, but I wasn't quick enough.
Nah, I can't do anything with that Reaper, I just can't kill it.
Damn.
Yeah, because they buffed him too much. Reaper didn't need the buff that he got.
Take some armor.
Nah, it was a bit much.
That is off-center. Why is that off-center? We don't need to see this. Oi. Oh no, wait, that's where I stunned him. And then he wrecked me. Because he was frickin' nanoed.
Yeah, no, I just don't feel like that if something's gonna do that much that much damage per shot shouldn't have that much heal. Like that much lifesteal. I think I need to reduce its lifesteal a bit.
Agreed.
Like, it's all well and good making it a bit more usable, but you shouldn't be able to like 1v3 and just do that. It's pretty fucked.
Agreed.
Admittedly, I didn't really, Hog isn't exactly good for him, but I want to play Hog, so.
I'm gonna open my loot box. For duplicate. Neither am I, Dylan. I have 6,805 credits. Okay, we ready for another one?
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah, we're one more. We haven't ordered food yet.
Curious?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh yeah, 3 years in, we still don't have a I'm ready button.
Be nice, eh?
I don't get how they managed to finish roll queue before adding that in.
Oh, they probably just don't feel it's necessary. Because they're idiots.
I would disagree.
Interesting. Usually, if you play as like a 5-stack or something, usually I end up with versing the same team every time.
Yeah, no. We've been pretty good today. Oh yeah. Favorite Diva skin, this one. Favorite Tracer skin, this one. Favorite Zarya skin, Barbarian for sure. Favorite Pharah skin. I'm currently using that one. It's the most detailed. Favorite Moira skin I think is Pale? Oh no, actually I'm using that one now. Okay.
I will be your shield.
Exactly, Dylan. It took them a year to add in roll queue. It took them a year to do the workshop. No. Did it take them a year to do workshop, or have they been working on it for 3 years? I don't remember.
Of course they're running Bronco.
There was one feature where they... Ooh.
I'm dead. Fucking
Damn,
Doomfist!
Damn, I thought I saved you.
Oh fuck no! I got pushed into the entire thing.
I missed.
Yeah, no, we're gonna have to deal with that Doomfist, otherwise he's just gonna keep doing the same thing every fucking time. Wait for it.
Dylan, it comes down to priorities and how many developers they've got.
Every single time.
But again, priorities should be improving the user experience one piece at a time.
He has no cooldowns.
Giving you a little extra.
Never mind.
We need a way to just break through. Go around them.
I gotta wait for Doomfist to make a move, otherwise he'll just punch me in the back and I'll just...
I know.
I'll get pushed.
I mean, I can try to get around and just go straight to the point to try to distract them.
Feel better soon.
Alright.
I'm gonna literally uninstall this game just because of Doomfist.
I had my shield up, what the fuck was that?
I'm on point.
What a cunt.
We don't
Oh god. The frickin' lava is everywhere.
Yeah, no. Yep, we
Yeah.
really need to deal with him. If we don't, we're fucked.
I'm sorry,
I agree,
baby.
Dylan.
I googled it, that's why I left it. Oh god.
I tried. I almost feel like I should switch to Moira.
Enemy seen.
Fuck it, charging.
Ah, frick. Absolutely, Dylan.
Oh my god, you guys are taking so much damage.
Place to go but up.
I mean, unless you have open source where a big company is behind it. A good example recently is Microsoft, because they've been able to do a lot of big things in open source because they're basically funding the development for it and also in charge of planning and maintenance. Oh, bloody hell. There you go. Now, although they haven't worked at, on any big features recently, the big things they have worked on recently have been extensions for it. Like remote console and stuff.
Kill him now.
Oh, frick.
We actually killed him for once.
Yeah, we did, but 2 of us died in the process.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of pointless. Because he'll get back before I can.
That wasn't the plan.
I haven't even had my ult yet. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, bloody hell. So, you know how there are some of us who complain about the crowd control in this game? That match is prime reason. You've got Doomfist knocking us about, Roadhog pulling us everywhere, Lucio getting them out of the way all the time. It's just nuts. I'm gonna do better as Moira, I think.
I think we're gonna survive about 40 seconds.
Well, so Microsoft
Keep
said
trying
that
different heroes until something works.
the Microsoft said that the devs that were working on Adam will continue working on Adam. I don't know how big that team was to begin with. But, like, to be fair, on that same vein of big features,
Science will reveal the truth.
name one big feature in Windows 10 1903.
Preference to see to matters personally, but I will see them done.
You can't. There isn't. There isn't one. Not one that's useful to majority of the user base.
Hearing all of Reinhardt's stories, I've always wanted to come here. You needed a doctor?
It's not even out yet. It supports 1903, but 1903 didn't come with it. Now look up the 10 biggest features in 1903 and notice that none of them are big and none of them you care about.
Last like 2 seconds. I'm just gonna hold on point. Fuck him. Fuck.
Oh my god.
I call bullcrap that they were all gold.
Play of the game.
Yeah, light theme is their biggest 1903 feature. So, on top of that, they're using 1909 as a way to refocus or realign their timeline with Azure, because now they're in one team, or at least they're managed by the same people. So 1903 had nothing useful. 19H2 is not going to have anything,
Right, yeah, I think that's enough for me.
especially not enabled by default. Alright, Mole, thanks for hanging out.
Alright, no problem. See ya.
Bye.
Yeah, Sandbox is a relatively big feature, and I expect Sandbox would have taken a lot of dev. Alright, we up for one more, or are we ending it there?
Oh, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good to go.
Alright. So Sandbox I expect would have taken a fair bit of dev time, and they're working on hardware acceleration for it, which will allow me to test third-party streaming applications that perform badly without hardware acceleration. So 1903 had nothing. 1909 will have nothing. That's mostly going to be fixes, and any features it does get backported from 20H1, they will be disabled by default. Then 20H1 is out next year. We're already getting dev builds for that, and so far it has had no new features.
Now it takes a while.
Right. Therefore, what on earth are they working on? Is it something big, or have most of the devs been pushed to other things like Azure, like Office? I mean, security and stability are nice, but you gotta still have at least one or two features where you can go, ta-da. They don't have that. Summer games, or summer game, because there's only one, Lucio Ball, will be until August 5th. Something like that.
I will be your shield.
The end of the month plus a couple days.
Winston, I think one of you is wrong.
And the weird thing is, they have been releasing really cool new features in the past year and a half. The Cloud Clipboard is incredible. The emoji keyboard, okay, sure, not everyone cares about it, but it's one of those useful things. The Linux kernel would definitely be big, but I wouldn't be surprised if they already had people, Linux people. I would be more surprised if the Linux kernel wasn't being worked on by people from Azure rather than from Windows. And then we also know they're working on that performance bug with either the game bar or something related to... Because I think Fenrir said something about that. So they're not even... They haven't had a chance to start working on the multi-display refresh rate bug.
Like they forgot they meant to be watching the payload.
I wouldn't say it needs big new features, but providing something, like if you're going to be releasing a new version every 6 months, there's got to be something in there where you can say, hey, check this out. And currently they don't have that. Things like Cloud Clipboard that are very useful. Things like the Your Phone app, which are very useful to most people. Something like, for example, I want the ability to save which apps are on which desktop, and when I launch, I want those apps to pre-launch on those desktops. I tried to throw my heel on the Doom Fist and it missed and hit you instead. Oh, I died.
Love it when I get hooked through the floor.
Yes. True, Dylan. And new Windows versions came out every 3.5 years, like big ones. Yes. And they did really well. But why stop now, is basically my question. What's stopping them from continuing to improve the experience? Oh no. Why did Curious leave? He's not supposed to leave for another hour.
Take some armor.
Jets, I have regrets.
What did you do?
We've lost Curious. We're getting completely wrecked. Oh no, I shouldn't have put my shield down. I wanted to throw a heal on and I...
Back to the drawing board.
60 seconds remaining.
Okay, she's still in the group.
Come over here.
Welcome back. What happened?
Disconnected.
Okay, how are we doing this? Like, we have.
How are we
some
getting
sort
wrecked?
of-
I don't know.
30 seconds remaining.
Practice makes perfect. We're running out of time.
Sure, Dylan, but you also want to not only be able to go here, stability, but here are the features that you're missing out on. Especially for those not updating in a timely manner.
Oh, they have 3 tanks? Okay.
Nope, I'm not gonna make it! Nope! Piss off!
This is going.
Great.
It's going badly. Just stay near it. Stay alive and stay near it. I mean, one thing that they really haven't improved in Windows 10 that was much better in Windows 8, for example, was touch mode. It sucks in Windows 10.
So quickly.
No! No! I was too far away! I thought I was closer!
You know what? I think we can win this.
I think so. It's not gonna work if I'm
Hero
Brigitte,
that
though.
works.
I'm gonna have to go Moira.
I think Soldier works for me today.
Yeah. I mean, same goes for Microsoft Edge. They're completely focused on Chromium-based Edge, so regular Edge doesn't get any updates. So you've got them falling behind as well. I mean, that's only like 4% of the...
Science will reveal.
We're gonna need tanks. Jats, would you prefer I go Diva and you go...
I must
Jats, would you prefer I go Diva and you go something like Mercy, or what do you think? Because we are not going to win this with one tank. Well, actually, I think we both need to go tanks.
Yeah.
Uh,
I could Orisa.
I'm going to go Zarya.
Oh no, Rissa would be
we are
good.
strong.
Yeah.
He's got precision shooting and shield.
I'm not happy about them reusing the Chrome rendering engine because Google has enough of a head start as it is. Yeah, probably ground globe. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, Genji behind us.
Where is everyone?
Get in there.
Oh, I'm sorry, May.
Monkey behind.
This is stressful. We have to hold this for another 3 minutes. Lucio, you're not going anywhere.
Oh no.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Nice.
Oh, we gotta keep it on that junk.
Oh no, I'm gonna die.
Barrier is on you. Ready for battle. That tickles.
Okay, I'm fully charged. 2 minutes. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, we're screwed.
No, we're not. Oh no, I'm asleep. No! I tried to... No, I didn't have it ready. Oh no. Oh no! Nice! No! I think it's time to switch to quick play. What do you guys think?
Yeah, maybe.
Like, we did better than I expected. But still.
Finally, oh.
So yeah, I am partly bitter
He
about
didn't kill me.
I am partly bitter about them using the same rendering engine, only because less competition. But at the same time, I do like the idea of giving less to Google in the sense of all of my browsing history. It's a very small thing, but hopefully next time we do placements we won't be losing all of them, we'll be winning all of them. That's what I'm hoping for.
Ah, I hate menu logs so much.
Yeah.
That's why I don't.
I was gonna stick us into Mystery Heroes, but then you joined. Oh, and my overlay isn't working properly. Ah, advertising, I love it.
Yeah, I love that the first message you see is, yeah, nice stream, I followed, watch my stuff. Yeah, fuck off, mate.
Not currently, Dylan, but it definitely will when, before it gets, like, fully released. There we go, that should delete that mess. Alright, I'm gonna jump us into quick. Alright, Ground Globe. Thanks for hanging out, I appreciate it. Sleep well.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
I mean, they're gonna keep, the other edge around for a while.
Together,
Um,
we are strong.
Chromium Edge at the moment is still only in
Do something.
Canary and Dev. But my concern
Attackers
is that it is going to be...
This place looks like so much fun.
They have said that features that are in Spartan Edge won't be in Chromium Edge. And that bugs me because there are a lot of good features in Edge. The browser itself just sucked.
5, 4, 3,
You know?
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A. Give me your best shot. Go.
Oh no, that hit me. I thought I was gonna be safe. Oh. Incoming Rhine. He's not ready. No, but their Ash is ready. Rude. Yeah, there are weird quirks in it, Dylan, that stop me from using it full time.
Perseverance is the key.
Overall, it's a good browser.
Objective lost. Damage stop the now see what I can do.
Our May is not happy.
Don't hold back. Get in there.
Okay.
Run! No, Diva! Absolutely, it does still.
I avenged you.
The Firefox dev tools have stupid quirks, and the Spartan Edge dev tools just suck in general. Which is funny, because people keep saying, oh, the Firefox dev tools are so great. They're clunky. Sure, they might have some cool features, but they're clunky. And if I'm doing development full-time, which I am, I don't want my tools to be clunky. Oh my god. Mercy got wrecked. Save me.
A temporary setback. Heroes never die.
What the hell is going on in the chat? Jesus Christ.
I don't know. I'm basically avoiding it.
They're living their lives.
I'm talking to Corey because my food has gone missing. Not missing, hasn't even been ordered. I hate menu log. I hate it so much.
I had something similar with Amazon. I ordered something on Amazon, and then a week later, Amazon emails me being like, hey, by the way, the people you ordered from haven't shipped yet.
Moira by your side.
God damn it.
Get in there. Ready for battle. Charging up. Justice reigns from above.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. I had nowhere to go.
Why have my ult?
Is this comp? Is this comp? No, it's not.
No, it's quick play. But they're playing like it's comp because it's a 6-stack.
I'm unstoppable.
It's just a rough day. They didn't kill me until after the defeat screen.
Therefore, it does not count.
The little victories, you know? No, 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 nope, 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 nope.
Oh, I'm gonna call it there so I can figure out what's happening with my food because I'm hangry.
Yep. Fair enough. Good luck.
Thank you. Goodbye.
See ya.
Farewell.
Alright. More quick play.
Traveling to Hanamura. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Alright.
Together, we are strong.
Dylan.
5, 4, 3,
How's your wrist, by the way? Was it your wrist?
attackers incoming. Defend
The reason you didn't stream on Saturday. That's good. I'm glad. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Orisa moved the shield and I couldn't defend myself. You think?
Oh, Hanzo's coming around the side.
Oh god, no! I have 12 health! Please!
I have 1 health, oh my god.
I hear that, Symmetra. Symmetra's going around the top left, I think. Yeah. No! No! I missed! I missed!
Oh, Hanzo's coming around there.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, that'll do it.
I will never surrender.
Oh my god.
I've occasionally had the back of my shoulder, like right now I can feel it a bit sensitive. Thanks, Toxic King.
Ouch.
I got lucky. The enemy kept shooting me when they shouldn't have.
I've got you in my sights.
But I appreciate it. It's not worth it.
60 seconds.
Activated.
That is why I'm considering my next gun to be Zarya, though. My next golden gun. Because I've got 5,900 comp points. And I was debating who my next
They're coming around the right.
hero should be. They can try. They can try. What they don't know is I have my ult ready. Hmm.
They're still around the right side.
I grabbed the health pack. Well, we only have the soldier down mid, as far as I know. Soldier's bottom left, be careful.
Metro's still in that little room.
Little room? Which one?
The one on the right side with the health pack.
Okay. I shall deal with her.
She has turrets everywhere.
Had turrets. Oh, jeez. There's a Junkrat there, I think.
God damn it! She still got me.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a Junkrat. Oh no.
Team up for special attack.
I just snorted coffee, oh my god.
Век живи, век учись.
Let them up.
Your total back.
Uh-oh. Split up! Nope, I'm gonna die.
God damn it.
I've got you in my sights.
This fight is not over.
I touch the point?
Me too.
Probably Dylan.
My will is
I think so.
But hey, I have golds.
Play of the game.
I was gonna say, you're not into it enough to play it regularly, but when I invite you, you're not like, no, I don't want to play that. You're at least, you know, up for it. More than I can say for most of the friends I've tried to pull into this game. To be fair, most of the people I know are more into RPGs. Also, this cardboard box right here is my monitor stand that would allow me to have 2 monitors vertically. Friday and Saturday. Cool. I'm always out on Friday for lunch with colleagues. I'll definitely watch as much of it as I can. Friday, I mean, depends on what time you start and what time you think of finishing. Because Friday I'll get home, eat dinner, then get a haircut, so I might not be available until like 7:30, 8 o'clock.
visualize, then execute.
Which is going to be very late for you. But Saturday, yeah, anytime, hit me up.
Attackers incoming
sure.
in 30 seconds.
Quit screwing around and get ready to move.
But yeah, I haven't actually set up this monitor stand yet, because I have a glass desk. I'm trying to find a new desk that isn't glass. Do you know how hard that is? To find a desk of this size that isn't glass? Every desk I find is a whole 15 centimeters.
Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
That long, basically my head, shorter in this direction. I just need something that, you know, will be able to take the weight of 2 monitors on one stand. I just don't want the glass to break. I don't know what its max weight is. I'm not willing to test it, because I think that's crazy. And a whiteboard desk won't do me much because I have a mouse pad that takes up the entire desk. Yeah, an automatic standing desk would be cool. My concern there is my setup has a lot of cables. And I would be concerned about... Like, sure, you can have cable routing and stuff like that, but even then... Everyone's just dying around me. There was no one to throw my bubble on. Yeah, I literally have a giant mouse pad covering my desk, so a whiteboard desk won't do me much. Standing desk I'd like though, especially at work. The thing is, you want a standing desk, you triple the price. Unless you make your own, you know. Oh, I couldn't kill him fast enough, I'm sorry.
I will never surrender.
I mean, I need to do more exercise in general, and a standing desk would be a good start.
Get in there. Ready for battle. Let's be close. You're covered. Is that all you've got? Charging up.
This is my problem playing Zarya. I've gotten 3 kills and died 3 times, so I don't feel like I've contributed much, even though I've been high charge most of the time. Oh god, I'm frozen! That'll hold them back a bit. Sounds like uni to me.
I am not a good loser.
My university's library had like desks that were standing height. They weren't explicitly, you know, adjustable desks, but they were better than exclusively sitting. And actually the food court in Melbourne Central has benches where you can charge stuff. The only reason I mention that is because that's literally across the road from my uni. High Void Division, it didn't go well. We won our first game and then lost the 3 after that. The second match wasn't too bad of a loss, but the third and fourth were like horrible losses and not fun to play. The balance was just all off, and I don't know if we just got really unlucky or what. So we're playing some quick play now. I should probably update the stream title, shouldn't I? I'll do that after this match. Oh jeez. Who got hacked? Oh no. Oh no. No, yeah, learning Genji. There's a reason I'm playing more Zarya right now. I want to get better at her.
This fight is not
Not only because this skin is amazing. I have a feeling we're gonna lose this next fight. Like, quite badly.
Heroes never die.
Was I right or was I right?
My will is unbroken.
Yeah, that's slightly off center. I might need to fix that.
Apagando las luces.
Get in there. Barriers on you. Best shot.
I have trouble tracking, especially with Zarya. Oh, I'll have to show you what I've been looking at. Because I've been looking for a new desk, a new chair, because this one's falling apart that I'm sitting on. Okay. I hopefully helped you I helped you stay alive a little bit longer, Curious.
Heroes never die.
I appreciate it.
And Sonic's rage quit for the second time tonight. But yeah, Dylan.
Play of the game.
I can't
guess
find
I'll
a
have
desk
to
that is the right
call
size.
quits there myself.
I can't find a chair that... Let's see if I can... Is this? Yeah. So see how these armrests are curved slightly here in the middle, so that when your arm is in there, it's like that. But it's also a rubber, like a solid rubber. Very comfortable and adjustable. All I want is a chair with those and back support, because I use a pillow as my back support. This pillow doesn't breathe, so my lower back gets sweaty.
Alright, I'm gonna head out now. It was fun playing.
Alrighty, yep, thanks for hanging out and playing.
Yeah, see ya.
See ya. And so, I have been looking around for a new desk and a new chair. Every chair that I can find that labels itself ergonomic has zero lower back support. Every single gaming chair has zero back support. I've only found one at EB Games that has some semblance of a pillow so there's a head pillow and a lower back pillow. But I just don't get how every single chair is not ergonomic. And the ones that I have found are in a factory where the where's the button? Let's just new image. Firefox's right-click menu is crappy. So this first chair is around $600. Minimal back support. Has the armrests I'm looking for, but minimal back support. $630. This second one, $450. Adjustable things, curves on the armrests. Where is the back support? There's a tiny bit there. There's a tiny bit. But that chair is not worth $650. And then there's this one. Again, curved on the middle. Height adjustable. Each of these are adjustable. But again, minimal back support. And I don't get it. Or, there is one other option. This one, which does seem to have some back support, and it has good armrests. $950. I'm not spending $950 on a chair. And all of those are from factories where they're not open at times where I could literally go and take a look and try out the chair. Because they're open 9 to 5. So I've had those 4 tabs open. Sorry, that one was $970. Now sure, it's something that I'm going to be sitting in for extended periods of time. So I'd want to spend good money on it. But I'm not going to spend good money on it if it's not a good chair. I don't understand. So, I need to quickly open Restream. Overwatch. Comp was hell. Time for arcade. Officeworks does provide that. Guess what? The adjustable arms they provide do not have a curve to them. They also don't have any lower back support. I checked. Actually, let's see if I can. And guess what? Design your own ergonomic office chair. Yeah? Your backrest choices are that, or that. Already pretty crap. That one has a tiny bit. That one's got a little bit more. That one's got nothing. There is no back support in that. Okay, so say we go that one. Right? That one has the most back support. Seat cushion. Let's go the Super Deluxe. Yeah. And then wheels. I'd want something light. Probably this one. And then optional armrests. Got these ones, which don't look adjustable. Fixed height, yeah. Height adjustable. On a scale of 1 to flat, how flat? And how little cushion there is in there. Or that one. Chrome adjustable. Or 3D adjustable. Like, I'm not in... My arm is not shaped like this. We have chairs that basically look like this one at work. They're not comfortable. I'm not spending $300 on a chair I've put together on this frickin' build your own chair thing when there is zero back support in this. And then the desks are just as bad. So, your choice is straight desk or corner desk. Okay. That and sit stand. $200? $600. The desk I need, maximum width is $1.20? Yeah, $1.20 is the max width I can do. That's $1.50 meters. Can't do it. That is too wide. And that's the end of your design your own desk. And so here I am. I've looked at heaps of stores for both chairs and desks. And I have not bought either because all the options suck. Or are the wrong size. Or don't fulfill basic requirements like comfort. I don't know how people are able to furnish a whole house. Because, frickin' hell. Like,
let's show them what we can do.
If I can't find a single desk and a single chair to put in my bedroom, how do people find everything else to fill a house?
Pump up the volume.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I mean, right now I'm still living with my parents and my brother, you know? So that is one reason why I'm limited in width for a desk. And all the desks I can find in terms of depth are 15 centimeters too short, which means right now I have comfortable space for my monitor, speakers, and keyboard, all, you know, one in front of the other. You take out 15 centimeters, there would be no space for my wrist. So I'm just mad. And then when it comes to a new phone, because obviously Windows Phone support ends at the end of the year, Facebook Messenger has already kicked me out. I literally launched the app last week and it was like, please log in again. And you try and log in and it's like, this app is no longer supported. Please use m.facebook.com. You know, the mobile website that is designed for old feature phones. So I'm looking for an Android phone. And if I want a headphone jack, removable storage, I mean USB-C would be ideal, but basically all of them come with USB-C, and no notch, I'm looking at a Samsung or a phone that isn't available in Australia. Those are my options. And I don't want a Samsung phone, because Samsung suck. So I'm stuck with no new phone, no new desk, and no new chair. I mean, I'm glad my headphones are still for sale, because I was able to replace those when I broke them. The market doesn't support preferences, is what you're saying. Like, a headphone jack isn't a need, it's a preference. But that's only because, like, in terms of a headphone jack, that's entirely Apple's fault. In terms of a notch, that's entirely Apple's fault. In terms of removable storage, well, whose fault is that? Probably Apple's.
Get back in.
Helden sterben nicht.
I expect a lot of phones to come out later this year and early next year that don't have a notch. But they're not going to be the Samsungs of the world.
Justice reigns from above.
Oh, that poor Brigitte.
Keep the payload in motion.
I hit the wrong key. I meant to reflect, and it probably would have killed her. Oh. Rip! Rippity doodah.
Justice ain't gonna dispense itself. My ultimate is ready. Reaper here.
This is a rough day. We're probably going to continue placements tomorrow night or something. Unlikely to be Friday, and I don't want to do them on the weekend. Because if you thought today's matches were bad, weekend matches tend to be even worse. Oh yeah. But at least with a DVD drive you can get an external one. A laptop. Funny story. My brother dropped my mum's Surface Go on bricks outside. And so the tablet's screen got absolutely trashed.
Helden sterben nicht.
And so Microsoft were kind enough to accept a replacement. It's likely refurbished, but it's for half price, so I don't particularly care. It's 6 months into the purchase. Like, I don't mind spending $300 on a device that will last much longer as long as no one drops it. And I was like, okay, what will be the best way to back this thing up? so that I don't have to put in too much work to restore it when I'm done. And so, interestingly, the best way to back up a Windows computer, even now, if you want to do it using a native Windows feature, it's the Windows 7 backup tool. The Windows 7 backup and restore. Even on Windows 10. So I ran that, and it generated a backup, stuck it on my external hard drive, and we're good to go. We hand in the old tablet within a couple days. Once the tablet arrives in their PO box, they send out the replacement. Excellent. So tablet comes in. I turn it on and log into the tablet, and then I'm like, okay, how do I restore this? Couldn't figure it out within the operating system, which is fine. In the meantime, I can run all the normal updates that I usually do.
60 seconds remaining.
I then try and update the firmware, because that was one of the updates, and accidentally it wasn't plugged into power, so it died mid-update, and the next time it tried to launch, it got stuck on the Windows logo. I'm like, damn, okay. Well, I still have this backup, so what if I maybe boot into the recovery partition, which you can do if you kill the power while it's booting, which is fine. Very useful. So I do that, I boot into the recovery partition, and it gives me the option, hey, you can restore from this Windows 7 backup feature. So I go, okay, I'll do that. I click on it, and it goes, okay, if you were to run this, it would erase the recovery partition that you're currently booted into. Please boot off a Windows USB and then run the restore from there. And then it gives you a button that says, if you don't have one, you can make a recovery CD now. And I'm like, okay, sweet. I click it, and it goes, you do not have a CD or DVD burner. Please connect one and try again. On a Surface Go, it has a USB-C port. Now, luckily,
Play of the game.
luckily I have this guy. Which allowed me to hook up an external hard drive. I added a USB 3 4-port hub on the end. Everything's fine. In the end, I was able to hunt down my Windows, like a really old Windows 10 USB bootable drive, and ran the recovery from that, which worked perfectly. The Windows 7 backup system still works in Windows 10 just fine. But yeah, your CDs and DVDs reminded me of that. You're not going to find a DVD burner on a freaking Surface Go. I don't really use CDs and DVDs often. Actually, what is in my DVD drive right now? It's empty. Okay. It's empty. But yeah, I've got DVDs. Need for Speed Underground 2 is on 2 CDs, I think? I want to say it is. That's not the button I meant to hit. That one. Ages ago, I pulled everything off CDs and DVDs and created... either put them into a backup folder, or I turned the CD into a ISO. Because Windows 10 allows you to boot, or at least launch, or mount an ISO natively. So I was like, I'll just do that. I don't. We own like one Blu-ray, which I haven't watched yet. I should.
Now arriving at Eos.
But other than that, a few DVDs, a few old games. Well, it's features like that where you're like, okay, no previous version of Windows had that. What are other small features like that that you want access to? Yeah, I remember Daemon Tools.
4, 3, 2, 1.
That's what I used to.
Capture.
Yeah.
The hunter lays a trap for his prey.
Actually, you know what we're gonna do?
Stop me if you've heard this one before.
After this match. Yeah, Windows can natively read, but it can't natively write. That's something they should work on.
Together, we are strong.
Well, native desktop access to WSL would be nice too. So I don't need a Ubuntu VM. What I'm going to do after this match is I'm going to switch to the PTR and play a bit of Sigma. Yeah, VHD, you can at least read them as far as I know. No?
Build 'em up, break 'em down.
Yeah, I'm quite sure you can. I don't know where my VHDs are.
Moira by your side.
They're somewhere. And the folder is probably named something really obvious. Improved VDI support could be something they could work on as a basic feature, you know? It's little things like that where you're like, why do I still need a third-party program? Or even like, okay, natively it supports zip. What about a 7-zip? Like, how much work would native 7-zip support be? Ah. I think I almost always tell it to do VHD instead, because I know VHD is better supported by the system. PowerShell does, which I learned today, but File Explorer probably not.
This is my will.
Those two shots were luck, based on which way... Based on which way he was running. Oh, I got lucky there as well. Ah. You broke your macOS VM?
Time to let off some steam.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, I didn't get a chance to even lay that on the floor. Mercy's probably going to go in for the res, and I just wasted my ult. Damn. No, she didn't bother. Hey, my turret got 2 kills while I was dead, though. That's nice. There's a guy at work who's part of the DevOps team that does something really clever. His computer, his work machine, he's got it set up as a dual boot Windows 8 and Windows 10. He's primarily using Windows 8. And something clever that he does is when he's in the Windows 8 machine, he's got it set up in a way where he can boot the Windows 10 partition as a VM.
Everyone heal up.
So he can perform something like Windows Update on the second partition while using the regular one. He just mounts the other partition as a drive and boots off it. There is some hacky stuff that he has to do to get it working properly. But I thought it was a very clever way of maintaining a dual boot while using a preferred operating system.
I'm claiming this objective.
Oh, yep. I'm not a good widow. You couldn't pay me to do well with Widow.
Imagination is the essence of discovery.
Yeah, that is exactly how I would want to use it. Because Ubuntu, especially in a VM, sucks. No, I didn't even make the jump. At the very least, without hardware acceleration, because consumer Hyper-V doesn't have hardware acceleration. Which is very obvious with the desktop environment that Ubuntu comes with. Nah. Ubuntu does a lot of things stupidly. Package Manager is the tip of the iceberg. The other stupid thing that I learned about, not apt, the other one, the one for Docker images, anyway, the one that most Docker images use, Alpine, that one doesn't retain past versions. Only the latest. So we had to actually update a few of our things because the Docker base image that we were using for our builds had updated, I think, Node. I mean, whenever I'm doing stuff that I want to do on Linux, I'm usually using Mint. I have a live USB.
Everything can be hacked.
That should probably be updated. Actually, really, I might install something on here. That was the contracting company I was using before I became full-time at my current job. I think it's a 16 gig or 32 gig drive, so I might stick Linux Mint or something on there, or Ubuntu, and use that as a dual boot on here. Don't know. Because I'd like to have access to a good Linux desktop environment where I can do stuff like build OVS and test features. I was trying to get Hyper-V Enhanced mode working in Ubuntu, but I can't seem to get XRDP properly working. Yeah, I know, it does. Most of them do, because they're Debian based. How many Symmetras do they have? Just the one, and she's already dead? Damn. But the main reason I would do anything with Linux is for OBS. And seeing as the only official builds we have for OBS that are good to test with are for Ubuntu, I'd rather be running that. It's only 9 o'clock. I might actually just end after this game. The amount of talking I'm doing. And I've broken multiple Mint installations with apt. And actually Ubuntu as well. I might have to reinstall WSL on my work machine. Because apt has just broken stuff. Package config does the weirdest things. And gives you status codes for exits because something else broke somewhere else. I've definitely broken dbus on my work machine.
Turret destroyed.
Can you tell why I don't play Reaper? Because I suck. Yeah. It's definitely a big downside.
Enemy turret ahead.
Oh no, I've just rezzed him into that mess. He survived.
Build them up, break them down.
Yeah. I know. I'm entirely with you on that one. Also, my mouse sensitivity has gone all weird. My frame rate just dropped. Ah, CPU usage is at 100%, that's why.
Mercy on call. Zarya, ready for duty.
Just look at you.
I don't know why CPU usage is at 100%.
How about some support?
I'd love to know why.
I'm taking the objective. Show them what
I'm on the objective.
Oh. We're not going to hold that, but I appreciate the effort. Seriously, when my frame rate drops like this, it just feels like my mouse is heavy. Even though it's not. The weight of the mouse didn't change, the frames are gone. I don't know if you heard that on stream. I slept the Tracer, so she played the cheeky voice line. I could hear her footsteps behind me, so I turned around and slept her. She goes, cheeky. Oh, that was brilliant. Don't know what he was trying to achieve.
No one can hide
Would help if I could aim. My frames were there. Yeah. The problem is, those issues you're having now aren't temporary. Oh no. Please, Mercy, res me. Yes.
Heroes never die.
Oh no. Bye. Oh man.
Play of the game.
I need to watch that replay. That counted as a victory. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna quickly check what is causing my CPU usage to skyrocket. It was a 16-minute match.
Now arriving at Elix. Ready for battle.
Sorry. The issues that you're having are just a taste of what you could have if you choose to run Linux permanently. Or as a main OS. We're gonna have to go on me. It was when I was Ana, yes. Right there. Wait, what? And I would argue it's very likely there's a reason Debian is most recognized and most used. Okay, so Tracer was over here. So then I hear her footsteps. She's not even looking at me. And then he wakes up and immediately climbs the stairs. Whereas I am... Where am I by now? Oh, I'm over there by now. Okay. And so Anzac Muffin's still on this side. I get wrecked by the other Tracer. Jeez. And IBM own Red Hat now, don't they? Okay, so if we go back... And then we spectate me, and then speed it up. That's so good. Now let's see it from their perspective. They're waiting here.
At your service.
They hear me. So they're checking behind them to see if anyone else is next. Not paying enough attention, so they get slept. So they hear me. They go, I wonder if there's anyone else. No? No one? Nice. Is there anything that I would want to rewatch? You know what? I want to show a bit of how well we coordinate. Hollywood was a good example.
Welcome to
I know.
Hollywood.
Me too, Dylan. Wait, who got to the point that fast? So Mole got to the point
Incoming in 30 seconds.
long before the rest of us. Yeah, that's Linux, basically. No worries, Dylan. Good night. So already you've got me and Jats on the point, Sonic up high, Curious up the front with Mole.
3, 2, 1. Attackers in.
Mole's gone ahead so that he can frustrate them. Curious has gone back to the point because she's placed her trap. Jats is getting hurt already. We don't have good heals. Oh no, we do. Manzi. Where's Manzi? Okay. Manzi's not paying attention to Jats at the moment. So Jats dies. Of course, Dylan. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Oh, it even shows stuns. So you can see the mistake I made here is that I'm alone. Sonic and Manzi have fallen back. Where were they when I don't like how it turns off the spectator overlay. So we're all together except for Mole at this stage. Jats dies. I'm stunned because of the Roadhog hook. Uh-huh. And, okay, so Zarya walked forward while... No, Ryan? What stunned me? Never mind. So, Sonic pulls in the Rhine, and Zarya follows, which splits me from the team. So I regroup with them, and I get in the Baptiste heal, invulnerability circle. They all get on the point at the exact same time. Is Jats back at this point? No, Jats is still respawning. My health drops because of the Zenyatta. Do I have... Who has the... Discord Orb? It doesn't show, does it? Sonic and Manzi get pushed all the way to the back. And I die on the point. Then Manzi dies. Then Sonic. Mole gets a chance to touch the point. Jats doesn't. She dies instantly from the really good aim from Ash. Mole tries to touch it, but because of Pile Driver's delay, he didn't get a chance. So here's where I didn't do great. So Curious is on the high ground. Sonic's in the front lines. Mole's coming up from behind. I ult. No one's near me. I mostly ult to save Sonic and to try and take out Ryan's shield. So I Stein run at Ryan. Sonic tries to pull in Zarya with no luck. He ults. Mole ults. Which kills the Rhine because he can't do anything from there. Ashe is still trying to take us out, so I fall back with Sonic. Mole hangs out in there, but because of his ability to build up his shield, is able to keep himself alive. Jats is near the front as Mei, so she grabs a heal, and because she's in front of Baptiste, he's able to keep an eye on her. Their Zarya is very good with her abilities. Okay, so this was a really good move by Jats. Because both Jats and Manzi did really good things here. Because we got the invulnerability field plus the Mei wall, which slowed them down. The problem we ran into is that their Pharah was really high up, and we didn't know that. So what happens next, and we're going to slow this down slightly because a lot happens next. What you'll notice is Ashe's dynamite goes off. Who do we have? Zarya is already there with high charge and Moira has already started dealing damage.
Justice.
Pharah ults, which is fine by me at the time because I think I'm safe. But because of the amount of spread on it, I wouldn't have been able to get out of there safely anyway, so the wall helped me do that. And they're all really close together. Sonic misses his hook. Jats dies at that exact same moment with him, side by side. Then I die almost instantly after from the Pharah ult. Manzi falls back, and Curious is really far back. So they get the chance to push the payload a bit. All of that happened in the span of about 5 seconds. That is why I find this game so fascinating. So Curious was fighting Pharah. That's not going to go down well for her. Mole is hanging back because he needed health. They're all on the point. Oh, Manzi got wrecked by Ryan. So a Zarya bubble combined with Ryan's charge got rid of one of our supports. Sonic is over there. Mole is all the way there, swinging. I assume he's trying to get on the high ground so that he can pile drive it down. I'm over here with Jats. Pharah knows where we are. Let's see where we go from here. So Sonic's dead at this stage. I'm barely keeping Jats alive. Mole is keeping them distracted on the payload. Okay, so this next series of fights is really interesting. Because we actually hold them back here for significantly longer than we should have been able to. So Curious throws in a Riptire. Manzi's not back yet. Mole's on the high ground. Their Moira is hanging back. Okay. So that takes out their main tank. Jats dies, because I couldn't keep her alive. Curious gets wrecked. But I take out Zarya and Moira. Mole takes out Pharah. And Sonic takes out Ashe. So a lot happened there in those like 5 seconds. So let's quickly replay that. So I ult. Curious ults.
Pass into the iris.
Feeling better?
Jats dies. So we know Zarya, Pharah. Okay. Interesting. Curious only dies because she's surrounded. So I take out Zarya and then Moira. And then Sonic takes out Ashe with my help. Okay. And then Ryan shows up.
On fire. Come on, try me.
So now Ryan's taking pot shots. Even though the entire team is dead. And he can't do anything about it. Mole's still in the high ground. Which I think is what helped us a lot. Because every time he peeked out, they weren't ready.
Area denied.
Yeah, Mole uses his ult. Where did... Oh! Mole used his ult on their way out. So that locked Ashe in their spawn. Meanwhile, Jats... Basically all of us are constantly hitting them on the point. We take out their Rhine. Their Zarya gets knocked in.
All systems checked out.
Okay. Who's D.Va? Sonic. So Sonic's ult didn't do anything because he didn't throw it. Which would be because of the Zarya ult. Sonic focuses Ashe. Here's what I don't like. This point. Curious is over by the left. What is Curious doing? Probably just avoiding things in general. Mole is over here grabbing a health pack. Manzi's focused on healing Mole instead of on the fight that's about to break out over here. Which is why I've ulted. Because I know what's coming next. Because they have Moira's ult, Ashe's ult, Ryan's ult. They just lost Pharah, but that's another ult. So they've got basically 4 ults lined up, and our team is 2 spread out. So I'm busy distracting the Ryan so that he doesn't get a chance to ult, because I know he has it ready. And he's just waiting for the moment of us to group up. Where was... Hang on. Their Moira just died. Where was Moira? There's Pharah. Oh, Moira was just over here. Okay. That's fine. So now 3 of us are grouped up there. I'm in the front line because I'm Brigitte, and the only way for me to do damage is up front. Mole is over in the back lines. Sonic's pushing Ryan back. Jats ults to keep them off the payload, which is very good. However, and I think it doesn't even catch Zen. Yeah, so Pharah is able to fly up. Sonic loses his mech. Moira is staying very far behind. Mole goes for the... so... Mole was focused on Pharah, which was very good, and then the rest of us stayed near the payload. Now, keep in mind, all of this is without us discussing tactics at all, and in a very short time frame as well. Which is one of the most interesting aspects of how Overwatch is played, and how this group of ours plays Overwatch. So now they're all in the process of respawning. Mole is basically ready and waiting. And Zen is... What is Zen trying? Yeah. So Mol has basically taken out Ryan on his own, which allows me to go in and stun him. And kill him. At this moment, Zen ults, Pharah ults. And because our Baptiste ults, that doesn't actually do anything for us. Both supports die. So at this stage, Mol has died, both supports have died, and then Curious dies. Jats is the only one left. I don't have a way to check F1. Okay, so at this point, she's already used Ice Block, so she doesn't have a way to protect herself. The only thing she can do is freeze everyone, which is frickin' overpowered for me. And then puts up a wall to protect herself, because Zen has his Discord Orb. She doesn't escape, which is fine, because none of us were going to make that anyway. So now is the time where they push the payload a fair bit, so we're going to quickly speed through this. Well, I say speed through. This is normal speed. So Mol basically uses his pile driver to get away. Ashe and Pharah are being annoying on the high ground. The rest of us are basically grouped up at the back and at the top. So they get the payload through from the checkpoint over to here without a fight, basically. And then from here, we then hold this bit for 2.5 minutes from this point onwards. The way we do that. So they're who altered? They're Ashe altered. They're Ryan altered. Because there's Bob. Blocked by a Maywall. Oh, that is brilliant. So Jats protects literally half the team, while I'm over here behind them, and Mol is over there because he probably needed to heal himself. So I'm over here. I'm basically a dead man walking. Sonic dies in the circle? Oh, because of line of sight. Right. Okay, so the Mei wall kills him. I die because I'm in the back line. I'm not sure about Curious's ult there. I'm surprised it did as much as it did. So let's quickly see her perspective. Ah. So she hit it a bit too early because she got booped. But because she got booped up into the sky, and that allowed her to have a bit more line of sight towards these two on the left, but also further away so she's harder to hit. So she didn't do as much damage as I would have thought. She got 2 kills in. But then what actually happens is Mol uses his ult, which then kills the 3 of them, because they were just distracted by Curious ulting and weren't prepared for how high Mol was to be able to... Basically, yeah. You're going to have to rewatch the earlier part of the VOD, because the fight that happened over at that checkpoint, holy crap, were we so coordinated without any words whatsoever. But keep watching this part, because there's still 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, and we did hold this. So all 3 of them just died there. So, actually, what does this leave us with? Bob literally just despawned. Ryan got booped by Mol away. So even though... okay, so 2 of you are still protecting the point. Along with the ult. So Rein, left alone because literally his entire team is dead, has to fall back. So Curious abuses him, along with Mole. Oh, no, Mole. Mole died. But that was a very good delay on their respawn. Because now 5 of them have respawned at the exact same moment. And you can actually see that Ashe and Zen are waiting at spawn before they follow the rest of the team. Interesting. Yeah, they're waiting for Rein to respawn. Zarya and Ashe are just kind of filling out the front. So, what have we done to prepare? Sonic, you've gone up top. Jats and I are on the point. There's Zarya's already thrown a right click at us. And these 3 are preparing at the back line. So Pharah's annoying you again. So this is the second time the Pharah and Ashe have gone up here. And I assume you knew that, Sonic. Actually, Sonic, do you want to hop in Discord with me? Maybe you can actually provide some insight from your perspective as well. I assume you're on your phone at the moment. So that Zarya, that Ashe and that Pharah pulled the exact same thing when the payload was going through this part of the map. Except this time, Sonic is the only one up there. They've got a full... They're using their Rein to their advantage at this stage. Both supports are in the back line. Zarya and Rein are very up close to the front. Now, here's the biggest challenge for them, I would say. Their DPS are up here distracted with D.Va. At this stage, they are basically burning Rein shield. Zarya might get a bit of shield from this, actually. It doesn't show her. Zarya has no charge at the moment. So I don't know if they just weren't coordinated. Because this is basically useless for them. Hello.
Yeah, the whole thing of me being up there is since we've attacked on that map so many times, I know it's relatively common, especially for heroes with mobility such as Genji's, Pharah's, and Ashe can do it, to get in there and then use that little spot where I'm at, that little balcony, to shoot down into the defenders. So I just assumed that they would do that, so that's why I was there.
So you weren't expecting Pharah and Ashe up there to be blocking you off?
No, I was waiting for them. I didn't want to try and kill them because fighting a Pharah 1v1, I know that she could just fall back very easily. I was pretty much there to prevent her from doing what she wanted to do.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting the Ashe, I was only expecting the Pharah.
Which is interesting because they literally pulled that when the payload was going through.
Yeah.
So, on one hand, it's weird that they pulled the same tactic again. I'm curious what their goal was. So at this point,
I think they were trying to move through there and get behind everyone.
Probably. And they weren't expecting you up there because they thought all of us would be down there waiting at the payload. Okay, so I've altered knowing that at least most of the team is directly in front of us. At this stage, Zarya is the closest to her ult in terms of tanks. and Moira has her ult. Ashe had literally just burned her ult, so she doesn't have it. And Pharah can get her ult pretty quick, especially if she's hitting you. So I ult here to protect myself and Jats.
And I'm pretty sure I bail a couple seconds after this.
Yeah, let's see. Okay. Ashe drops down to join the 2 tanks and the 2 supports, and Pharah's about to follow suit. So you jump to regroup with us so that you can get some armor from me. And the fight immediately breaks out. Jats is already at half health, with Zarya pushing her very hard. But Jats is smart here, because she actually put up her Mei wall to block off the Ashe and the Zen.
That's a good ball.
And what you'll also notice is that Zen put his healing orb on Ashe, who is at full health. So he doesn't have line of sight on anyone on his team. Maybe Pharah if he's lucky. But he's unable to heal anyone. Moira is 7. F7. Moira has ult. Her healing bar is at half. Okay. I almost feel half speed is going to be too quick for this part of the fight. Because a lot happened here.
Yeah, sometimes you want to just like, kind of click through frame by frame.
And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to bump up the game audio slightly. Because I have your mic boosted in Discord. Okay.
Okay.
So, Jats is healing herself up. You've lost your mech.
Yeah, I lost my mech very quickly. I think I was Discord and the Ashe landed a couple of good shots.
Possibly the Pharah too.
If you'll notice up on my icon, I popped ult.
Yeah. So you popped ult.
Wait, no, I launched my mech. Okay, I thought I got D-mech.
So you launched your mech. This was my favorite ult of yours, I think, during this match.
This was pure luck.
So 2 of them are behind a Mei wall. 2 of them are in the middle, and the Rhine is up front. So no one's going to get protected by that Rhine shield other than Rhine. Zarya bubbles Rhine so that she can get some charge off it. Except...
That was a really bad choice. Realistically, she should have bubbled probably the Pharah because the Moira would have had Fade.
Pharah's now down to half health. But your mech landed on the Mei wall. And poor Zen... Why is it doing that with, Oh, Ashe is up here. What is Ashe doing up here? That's a terrible idea.
I think she misjudged her angle of a Kosh gun. I think she was trying to get a lesser angle and more distance by going around the corner, or maybe she was trying to get up onto that ledge. I don't think I hit her, though. I think I only got the Zen and the Pharah with it.
So here's my favorite part. Pharah is running to the left. Moira is running to the right. And so is Ashe. Ashe is trying to get round that corner real quick. Zen was not expecting it.
I think at this point, Zen knows he's gonna die.
So Zen's dead. Moira got out in time because she was able to get an angle where the explosion... Yeah.
How did I get the Rhine? Wasn't he bubbled? Or did you guys break the bubble in time?
We will have to check. So
yeah,
this is 7...
You guys must have burst down the bubble.
We must have done something. As I said, a lot happens in this very quick fight.
Oh. I'm pretty sure we did it in saving ults as well. I think Rally and self-destruct is all we had, or we did have Blizzard. I'm pretty sure we managed to save Blizzard.
Ryan goes forward on his own. Zarya's kind of with him. Jats blocks him off. I ult, you ult.
Beautiful move. Now this is...
The the Zarya bubble on Rhine
Okay. Okay, I see.
ran out directly
I'm not
on
too
the
sure
explosion.
if it ran out. I think in between Bappo, Curious on McCree and myself, we were all shooting at the run. So I think we actually burnt down the shield, and then you
It's
got
very
the stun
possible.
on him. And then you got the stun on him, which dropped his shield, which was a really well-timed stun.
I do like stuns. So Zarya saves herself because she's managed to get bubble. Now, what I'm curious about is F11. How much time did she have?
None. Look, she just pressed it. It's not even on cooldown yet.
Correct. So she bubbles Rhine while while your ult is still traveling.
Get in there. Don't hold back.
Okay, so it's not even off cooldown. It's off cooldown, so she can bubble herself whenever she wants. She bubbled Rhine too early,
Give me your best.
Seems like
and he got wrecked. So that's what happened there. And then...
And then that was like a frame perfect bubble from her.
Mm-hmm. So me and Jats go face first. So Zen died from the explosion. I immediately stun Zarya. Curious is already close enough that she killed Farah over here
Up there
directly
as well.
after the explosion.
Yeah.
Mole is up there, so he's
Yeah.
doing any extra damage he can because those guns actually are pretty long range.
Yeah, they're not bad. And Curious is in a good spot to help with the cleanup of Zarya and
Mm-hmm.
Ash.
So I immediately go in to annoy the Ashe, because I know the Moira's going to try and heal the Zarya.
But you also knew that she was frozen, so you could ignore her.
Exactly. So I go in, I kill Ashe. You come out and help. What do you do out here? Do you actually follow her?
I did chase her a little bit, but she got around the corner and she was too fast, so I just gave up. I knew if I chased out too far, I knew Ryan and Zen were respawning, so...
To be fair though, literally half our team out there.
I think my initial thing was to chase her out a bit, then come back, and then I think I realized that everyone was coming out, so I just kind of hung around that door for a bit.
Now keep in mind, all of this happened without any coordination between any of us. This is the thing that's craziest to me. We each know how the rest of us plays. But we don't even have to say, hunt down the Moira.
No, we just did it. We almost
Three
took
of
the
you
kill
just
on
did
her,
it.
too. Yeah, like...
Yeah, she
further
was
on,
very low.
She got so low, like, look at that health. Like, almost
Mhm.
no health, and we just weren't able to finish it. And Mole's just, like... I noticed that playing with him, he's just always in deep.
He is, but it's very good because he's distracting them.
Well, I
enough.
mean, exactly, look how many of them are looking at him and trying to kill him.
Yeah, no, literally half the team have turned around to go after him. Because they're concerned about what he might do, even though he's still half his ult away. So he's now behind them. All of them are moving forward.
Touch from afar. 60 seconds remaining.
So we've basically lined up here. Again,
And
Jats with
and
the
again, I'm
really
up
good
top.
wall.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't see that because I was up top, because I knew the fire was going to go up there, but I actually chased her this time.
So-
I moved out a bit further.
Their Moira altered. Jats put up a wall to block her.
We should get Jazz to play May more often.
Mm-hmm. Jats immediately dies, though, because I think the...
In between the fire damage and the dynamite.
And the Zen probably had a Discord orb on her as well.
Nah, the kill feed would show it.
Ah, okay.
I don't think Zen's anywhere to really help at the moment.
So I'm not sure if our rando's ult here was a good idea, but I think it might have saved me. Let's find out.
The thing I've found with using...
Nope, I died very quickly.
The thing I've been thinking about Amp Matrix is that you don't really have to be all too. What's the word I'm looking for? Like, you don't have to use it in a perfect situation because you do gain it very, very quickly. Although I will admit that was not a particularly great Amp Matrix.
No. So Mole got charged. Curious then got wrecked by the Rhine. And then Manzi got wrecked as well. Now, here's what happened next. You went up here because you realized we're all respawning. You're alone. And the only one dead on their team is the Farah. Ryan's
there was
got...
no point. If I died there, that would have been bad.
Yeah. Ryan has ult, and so he's staying up front. Jats and I are like, crap, we need to get there fast. So you're patiently waiting. We're just running as quick as we can. Jats throws the perfect ult. That is squarely in the center.
Yeah. And she manages to dodge the Earth Shatter too. Very nice.
She dodges the Earth Shatter and... because that's literally mid-shatter.
Yeah, she just hit Q, hit shift, and it landed perfectly.
And she's...
Did that land behind her to still hit you, or did that land in front of her and cancel the shatter? I'm not too sure if Ice Block does that.
Good question. I'm not sure. Ice Block definitely mitigates Rhino, but past that, I'm not sure.
I don't know. You're pretty much right behind her, but I'm pretty sure I don't think it hit you.
No, it didn't. And I immediately got myself on this side because I knew she was close enough to the point where she'd be able to contest it. Her ult was stopping everyone from being able to do anything. Their Ashe actually used her coach gun to throw herself back out of the circle, but Zarya and Zen were definitely in there. Their Moira, I think...
They got the bubbles off either.
Oh yeah. Moira faded out.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Zen, Zarya, and Ryan are they're screwed.
Yeah.
Because I don't.
So then you go in and you immediately go for Zen, which was very good.
Yeah.
Because that's one support down.
Halfway through.
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, I didn't realize, like, from where I was sitting, I didn't have the vision to be able to see Zen when I first went in, so I went for the first target I could see, which isn't the best idea, because, you know, I could have done a bit better, but I had enough rockets to finish off the Zen, and that's the important one to finish.
I completely ignored the Rhine and went straight for the Zen.
Yeah. But also, you'll see, look at the percentage of his ult that he had when he died.
Oh. Yeah. That would have changed that fight completely.
Yeah, exactly, that's the thing. I hadn't seen. I don't even think I like consciously registered. I think I just did it because
that's the thing. We've played enough
that Transcendence for the past 2 fights. So I'm like, yeah, he's got to have Transis. So I wanted him dead.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And to be fair, he's a support anyway. He's their only support. So taking him out is a good idea either way.
I mean,
now, the moment Zen died, I turned around immediately because I saw Mole was busy with Ashe, and I knew Ryan was behind us. I didn't realize that the Moira was back there. Moira's focused on Jats, though. And look at your health.
Yeah, I know, I almost died. Ryan is out of the bubble.
He is. He was very close to the edge at the time. So it doesn't surprise me that he was able to take 2 steps and get himself out of the circle. He took out your mech. Interestingly, Jats is focused more on taking Rhine out than taking out Moira.
I think that's the subconscious thing of usually if you try and shoot a Moira, she's just going to fade out of maze range. And I think because she was ice blocked and more focusing on the direction of Zen and Zarya, I don't think she registered that Moira faded out of the bubble.
Yeah, true, because she did fade out of the bubble, so it would be on cooldown at the moment.
Which is, if we called that, then Moira would be dead already.
Mm-hmm. So I'm punishing Ryan from behind. You just lost your mech So you're about to shoot at him as well. Jats has stopped freezing him. Mole's busy on the point. Ash is still back there. Zarya's going around the back, and Farah's still in the process of respawning. Curious has now arrived at the point.
And I
This is
believe
28
Bappo's
seconds.
just coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, Bappo's still inside, but he's about to round the corner. So Curious helps finish off Rhine by stunning him. Jats isn't even paying attention to Moira. Okay. That's fine. We get both kills in. So you're hanging back because you don't have your mech. Farah's targeting me because I am basically in the middle.
Yeah,
That's basically probably the only reason why... Oh, no, actually, no. She wasn't aiming at me. She was aiming at Baptiste's invulnerability field
Right,
because she
that
had her
right
ult
there.
ready. Mm-hmm.
Which is very questionable. I think that she was just hoping she could catch us off guard, but as you can see, I'm already shooting at her.
Yeah.
So I'm not really too sure what she was expecting to... Like, she would have had to wipe the entire team. So it was a very questionable ult.
Your aim is about as good as mine.
Well, she did just bloody fly in. I'm not good at shooting a moving target.
So you took out Zarya. Sorry, not Zarya, Farah. So at this stage, we have you, 2 healers, 1 tank. Where's Mole?
Mole's...
Oh yeah, Mole's with me.
Yeah. Pretty much we only lost Curious in that fight. And we started off the fight with 2 of us there, 3 of us there essentially. And Mole off doing Mole things.
So Zarya's still nearby. No?
Yeah, which we...
No,
yeah, she's just there. We just...
She's still a fair bit away. She wouldn't have been able to contribute to that fight at all.
Oh, there it says there, which, I mean, admittedly, if we registered that, we could have punished her. But I didn't
There is no way we would have known.
No. And
So, I'm quite
pretty
sure...
much
Yes.
Mole and I are the only ones that could have done anything.
So Mole is out the front. Here's the thing that I really like. And I can only mention this because I remember doing this explicitly.
Mecha activated.
So I just watched their Hammond roll in. So I know that Hammond is going round that side. And I know that he is the most likely to be able to reach the point.
And you called that as well.
Because I don't know Zarya's up there. On the top left. But what you'll notice is I immediately start to run that way. Because I expect him to go through that doorway. I managed to get that stun off? Jeez!
Hitboxes, man.
So I stun him.
Into the iris.
Zen ults. So now they've got 3 on the point. Right? They've got Zarya. No, they've got 4. Zen, Zarya, Moira, and Ash are all on the point. Our Bappo has placed his invulnerability field, so I know we're fine for the next few seconds at least. Jats just got out of her ice block. Mole is out here with a pile driver ready to just slam.
Which considering Ash, Jats' health, I think she broke that early because she saw the invulnerability field go up.
Mm-hmm.
She's not quite at full health. I doubt she would have taken damage because she's only just breaking out of it.
Curious is just making her way back. So here we are. We
she's
are all
almost
in the
that
circle, except for Mole and Curious.
Yeah, but Curious is in a perfect position for this kind of cleanup.
Correct. I'm going to slow this down even more because this is going to get interesting. So Ash is now bubbled. Mole has just used his pile driver. Farah's actually shooting from back here.
Looks like she's just coming off spawn. Took a little bit longer.
She just got back from spawn. And she's just shooting as much as she can from this spot. And there's the other reason why Bappo placed his thing. Look at how much health he's got.
Yeah.
And then at this stage, you've got ult, which you are in your mech. So you've got your ult. Mole is about to have his ult. I've got my ult. And on their team, their Ashe has almost got ult, and Zen's using his ult at this moment.
Yeah, they've really got nothing for this final fight.
Mm.
Burning
Yeah.
down a Bob with enough people is easy.
True.
And
So
from
he's
everyone,
actually...
he got a very good placement on it either.
Bappo actually stayed around the corner because he knew he was low on health and he needed to take care of himself.
Yeah, pretty much.
Um,
He looks like he used the invulnerability field to keep himself alive long enough to get out of the range of fire of mainly the Pharah, from what I can tell.
Which makes
That's
sense
what he was
because
most worried
Pharah won't be focusing anyone specific, and because of her splash damage, she's more likely to hit him.
Yeah. Good move.
So I ult, you ult at the exact same moment. Curious has just made it to the fight.
Yeah, that ult was a register of. I realized that they didn't have any shields other than Zarya.
Mm.
I figured I could get at least one.
So their Zen basically runs away because he knows the moment his ult runs out,
And
he's going to be dealing with your ult.
You can see his animation; it's running out. So
Oh yeah. He's literally folding up. So you've placed it on the payload. These three have no escape.
and, oh, look at that poor Ashe. She got stunned.
Ashe altered. She got stunned. Hang on, she's facing Jats though.
I think the stun was just wearing off. She altered then and then just snapped into Jats's direction.
Okay. So Jats, I don't know if Jats knew that Ashe hadn't ulted in a while and therefore had ult. But she wasn't near anyone else that she could fight off anyway. Ashe had no escape, I'd say. Right? 7, 8. Yeah, both of her things are on cooldown, so she has no escape from your ult. So the only thing she knows she can do is throw Bob into the mix to try and deal with
pretty
us.
much. That was pretty much just a panic Bob of it's the last fight, I'm not getting back, press Q.
What is this?
What is that face?
She's not having fun. Look at that angle. What?
Jesus. Hang on. Just look at her face again real quick. I just want to get a screenshot of this. Yeah, that. Oh, what's my print screen button? There it is. Nice. I'm gonna have to show that to Jets.
So
That's correct.
So Bob got thrown that way. Zen is now hiding from your ult. I've ulted in a spot that covers literally everyone. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I've ulted in a spot where it covers literally our entire team. And I'm walking backwards so that I can make sure I continue to cover Curious. Jats freezes Ashe. Ah. Bob slams into the wall, which immediately stuns him for a moment. Moira is trying to get away from the... Oh, so she's faded, so she's fine.
Yeah.
So, at this stage, your ult can definitely kill Ashe, do some solid damage to Bob, and possibly hurt Zarya. Let's watch Zarya's health at this stage. Okay, so Zarya dies. from the ult, as does Ash. Both of those were close enough. Bob loses a third of his health, which is very good for us. Also, that explosion, that looks so good. And at this moment, right as your ult goes off, Mole ults. So now we've used 3 ults as a kind of, let's just get him off the point.
Yeah, that's pretty much the point we're at.
Yeah. Bob is...
Once those 2 die, it's pretty much just clean up for us.
Yeah. Bob has turned and is ready to shoot either me or you. And their Hammond is in our backline at this moment. And Farah has hidden behind boxes. Oof. Ash definitely died here.
Oh my god!
Hang on.
Blasted her into a different dimension. Jesus.
Jeez. Her gun's over here. Her body's over there.
And
Jeez.
some of her body's over there. Her hat,
Mhm.
some of her cloak seemed to have stayed still.
Okay. So now the target that Jats was freezing is gone. I'm facing the payload because I want to keep an eye on who gets on it next. No, actually, I'm not. You're facing the payload. I'm facing towards Hammond. So I notice he's there. He falls back. Zen is immediately shooting... Who was Zen shooting?
Curious what that looks like.
No one in
he's just
particular.
shooting in I think he's just shooting into that group because you and Curious are pretty much lined up. I think he would have liked to try and get me while I was remaking though.
Look at that mech. So Bob is immediately shooting me by the looks of it. And we've got Jats and Mole on the payload, making sure no one else gets on it. And because of this, what happens next is... Zen and Moira are both slowly approaching the payload. Bob's shooting me, but I've got my shield. So Curious goes towards him. Farah touches the point along with both of their supports. Moira gets stunned.
You immediately realize Moira's vulnerable, there's no fade.
Yep. So I finish her off. Jats another brilliant wall.
Yeah,
blocks off Bob, which protects our entire team, except for poor Curious back there, which Bob immediately turns around to shoot. Zen gets into a position behind the payload where he gets hit by Mole's ult. All of this happens so fast.
Mole is so good at letting people just walk into his bloody minds.
Yeah. So, other than that, Mole and Bappo are busy. Mole wasn't even shooting the Hammond standing next to him. That's what was happening there.
He was shooting the Farah. Interesting.
So Farah's still full health.
Yeah, you can see I've noticed her. And I'm like, nah, do I target her or do I target the Hammond?
Yeah, you get her down to half health.
I go to the Farah, yeah.
Jats's wall goes down. I actually think she might have pulled it down herself.
That looks like an early break.
Yeah. So at this stage, it's literally Farah, Bob, and Hammond against...
And everyone's under half health, so...
All of us, yeah.
Yeah.
Farah's out too far, I think. No, actually, she still touches the point. Okay. As does Hammond. Bob goes away.
It's actually an interesting way. We just pretty much ignored Bob.
Yeah, no, that entire... I'm going to replay this entire fight at normal speed after this, and we're not going to be able to keep up with any of this. That's why I'm analyzing it first.
Yeah, because like, we just ignored him, started to somewhat deal with him, and then he got walled off, so like, yeah, okay, we'll just leave him alone then.
Farah's the only one left. So when she dies, Mol's already gone up here, ready to fight off whoever's next, but obviously no one's next because they're all still respawning.
Yeah.
And that's how we win.
Well, that's how we stop them from full cap. Because that's
Well-
only the first round.
Yeah, that's how we win the round. Interesting.
Round 1 complete.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back. What? A minute and a half it was. Let's go 7,
Like those last 2-3 fights.
2.5 minutes. I think it was actually. I'm gonna drop us to 7 minutes, and I'm gonna speed us up to normal speed. No, actually, I am gonna send us even further to the point where they were still moving the payload, because a lot happened in that time, and it's really interesting. That's the 2.5 minute mark. Okay, 3 minute mark. Watch this. They're over here, and I'm gonna pop this up here. So this is normal speed, and we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Everything we just watched happened in a 2.5 minute frickin' thing. Okay. So Jats dies out the front, you're up top. Their Zen split off. Mol goes in. You and I are up there with Mol. So their Pharah starts shooting us. Ash comes in. So the three of us are just distracted there while these guys move the payload. So they get it to this point. Then everything goes wrong. So you die. I die.
I remember that when I got walled off. I got pinned.
Curious ults. Mol ults.
Yeah, then we
Mol
just
and
get,
Curious
like, stupidly
finish off
lucky.
Ryan. So now Jats is on the point, Curious is on the point, the rest of us are in the process of respawning. You're already back. I'm
We shouldn't have
basically
won that
back.
Fight. We shouldn't have won that fight, Curious.
Oh yeah, we got very lucky.
Extremely
So
well. They're all-
there's Zarya shooting, there's Moira. Okay, so this is where it gets crazy. So this is the bit where two of them meet you up top. You run away. So they come in. They're all going in. Oh, you wouldn't have been able to kill the Moira anyway because Ryan came out with a shield.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only reason we couldn't kill her. Because she was so low and I so wanted her dead. That would have been a beautiful stagger.
There's Mol.
Yeah, he's just out there.
60 seconds on the clock. All of that happened in a minute and a half.
Yeah. Mole really knows the movement on bloody...
Mm-hmm. If we ever need an extra tank.
And then, yeah, this fight just... Yeah, it didn't go well for us.
So remember, at this stage, it's only you and Jats and I are still on our way out. So she ults. Ah, she definitely froze long before Ryan ulted.
Yeah, did too.
So Zen dies. Ryan dies.
I somehow survived longer than I thought I was going to.
Curious ults and kills Ash. Pharah ults. Dies. 15 seconds left on the clock.
She should not. If she held her ult there, this next fight would have gone very differently, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Into the iris.
And here I was thinking of running back into the spawn ring. I think I'm not sure if I get my thing back. But glad I didn't. We'll put 91%.
Half their team just died in a split second together.
Uh-huh. That was my bad aiming on the fire.
Holy crap!
Nailed it.
I really want to watch that fight from Jatz's perspective. Just because you've seen your perspective and I've seen my perspective, and we've seen the overall...
So let's both watch it from a different perspective. It's actually... No, it's really good to just realise that Blizzard wasn't needed here.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people would have still thrown Blizzard in there, even though we really didn't need.
Yeah, no, Jats has always been really good about managing ults. Both of us are waiting impatiently. Good lord. So she misses out on this entire fight. Now maybe she spectates for it. But all she knows is that there is no one on the point. I'm right behind her. And that they're right there. So she ults immediately.
I didn't die. That was the other one, is that I was still alive.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to watch
If you hadn't killed the Pharah, Jats would have.
Even if Jats did die there, it would have been the same point as like Curious dying. It was at the end of the fight, the Pharah we ulted, so we had time. That
She didn't get out of Ice Block early.
Huh? She was taking damage
Oh, brutal! Yeah, so Jats heard the Ashe ult. The moment Ashe died, she threw up the wall onto Bob.
Saw that. And even though she didn't freeze the ball, slowing him down like that was really good. Made him so much easier to hit.
Score 0-2. Switching sides.
One thing that I really wish this replay system had was like key moments. Start of the round, end of the round, 1 minute left on the clock. Like that. Where it's like, this is a 17-minute progress.
Yeah, it was a pretty good length, match. I just got confused. I was trying to do something on my PC. I dragged my mouse across the screen and I started following your bloody cursor.
Yeah.
Ready for battle.
At least you can speed it up.
Yeah.
I can't even remember how this started. From memory, we had a lot of trouble at this first point initially.
Oh, we had so much trouble. I'm not going to play it at like half speed because we had a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I can't really remember how we broke this point. I know we did. I just can't remember how.
Well, it was our first comp match of the day and the only one we won. So we played 4 matches, lost 3 of them.
I only played 3 because I went out for a smoke.
We played one more. It
didn't seem to go very well.
It was bad.
Jats just trying to kill herself and spawn. Bloody hell.
Of course. So their Ana is out the front. That's why you got slept.
Yeah, no. I know that. I just didn't realize it was going to hit me because I was just going for a sonar arrow. But I missed the arrow anyway. And then I got slept. I'm like, oh, okay.
Jats is already over here. Jeez.
Caution blast. Would have gone outside door.
Okay, so Mol is already in. Curious is already in. Then you go in.
Yeah. Nah, my problem is like with Hammond, I don't know who to support with him in tank wise.
Yeah, I agree.
Because of his style, it almost makes me want to just not choose a tank and go bloody, just go another DPS and just run solo tank on Hammond. I just don't know how to do it.
Curious fell back here. I was out in the open. Jats was in the air. You and Bappo were
was
at
saving
the back.
The hell out of my life.
Yeah, I feel like if Curious had known you two were down there, she probably would have been with you, and it might have helped against the hogs.
Yeah, Hog's a very difficult hero to take out, especially this D.Va.
And Mole's all the way back there again. I don't know what he's doing. Probably grabbing health or something.
No, he died.
Oh, yeah, he died.
He got killed really early on by Hog. Yeah, I feel like
So
we
Jats
hung
was a
around
good
here,
distraction, but the rest of us were out in the back there, not really
Yeah.
contributing.
Like the three of us, we ended up reconciling that, but we was, as you said, we were split up. Like 3 of us were there. Mole was trying to do his own thing, and like Jats was getting torn down by the turret.
This ult really confused me at the time.
Yeah,
Because
I
the
noticed
biggest...
that a lot with Manzi is
the
a lot
biggest-
of his ult placements were questionable.
Yes. But the biggest thing I don't understand about this is it's literally me and him. Everyone else is either not nearby or dead.
Hmm.
I
And
am
it's not like
melee.
yeah, and it's not like he's using the amplification of it to give you more healing because you're you're on his side of it. So standard
I
healing
also literally
there.
just lost shields, so there was no way I was going to get in there. Not to mention, they have an Orisa who literally just put up her shield.
Yeah, a Bappo by himself isn't going to kill it even with Amp Matrix. All he
So I fell
accomplished
back
with
to
that
go
ult
with
is-
you, because I didn't want to
All he
stay
did-
alone
All he accomplished was just destroying the turret.
and wasting his ult.
Yeah. I thought I saved you there, but I forgot about the distance shorting. How short defense matrix is. I haven't played it much since that patch. Here's where I believe I switched. Yeah, I was at 83%, but I'm like, nah, D was not going to work.
And it wasn't.
No.
I
I was tempted to hang around for a little bit, maybe try and get an ult in there, but I'm just like, nah, I felt like Ryan would be safer. And we took out a turret that gives us like an 8-second window, which I wasted.
So you've already lost a quarter of your health. And then get purple.
Yeah, that was...
This fight sucked. Because...
Yeah.
Because they burned ults. But,
Yeah, but
we
look
all
at the
died
ults they
so
used.
far.
They used everything other than Valk and Supercharge. That's only because Orisa died, otherwise I feel like she would have used Supercharge.
Mm.
But what did we use? We didn't have anything, so we didn't use anything.
Jats
as much
still...
as this-
Look at Jats! Jats has no health. And she's up here just tickling them from behind.
Oh, she can't do anything, really. She should have just jumped off and died.
No, but she's charging up her ult.
Yeah, but it still would have been better for her. Personally, I reckon it would have been better for her to just die. And just...
She
take
just
the other
stood there! Oh my god!
'Cause I'm pretty sure she ends up getting killed anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So... Somehow Curious stays alive, I think.
No, she dies. Watch what happens.
Okay. No, she killed the Ana though. So that's the thing I couldn't remember if she killed the Ana or got killed by the Ana. But she killed the Ana and that was a big one. And then she gets killed by Tor, but that's okay. We've already taken out their heal. Admittedly,
True.
they have Mercy. I think they pop Valk this fight. But we killed their Ana.
This is
That's better
where...
for me.
This is where it would have been nice if Bappo had thrown that a little further forward, but I do understand that throwing the invulnerability field is a pain in the butt, and it's easy to get it wrong.
It's quite easy. It's the arc of invulnerability field is the same as his grenades.
Yeah, I struggle with those. So here's a dangerous thing for us. Roadhog is up here,
Yeah.
although Roadhog doesn't have his ult, so that's fine.
No, but the hook is the problem, but also your thing.
So you immediately take out Torb.
Yeah. I died, but I don't really care. Because at that point, we already gotten 3 kills.
Yes, and Mole ulted, which helped get those kills.
Yeah. Like, once I saw, yeah, like... I got a kill, and I was happy with that, to be honest. I figured that, I've done a part. The rest of us should be able to clean up. And we did.
Oh, yeah!
60 seconds remaining.
Frickin' Jats got slept through this.
Oh, Anna's over there by herself.
Actually, no, Ana was over here. Hold on. Where was that
Yeah,
Ana that she managed to sleep Jat?
she was coming in off respawn, and I don't think she came through the cafe. I think she came through that left-hand side.
Ah.
Yeah, she did. Okay, yeah, because why did everyone was dead by the time she even got there? She just went in there and threw a sleep dart, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Dumb move, to be honest. She should have just backed down unless she was going to switch.
Of course, Jat's killing it.
No, she didn't switch. Okay.
Oh, oh yeah. Oh. So you know
Yes,
how
Oh, it was Mole.
It was a combination. So I need to play this in
just
slow
noticed
motion.
Yeah, because remember, I'm a couple seconds behind you. So, like, yeah, I got a nice shadow, I got the hog, and I got the ash. I'm like, hell yeah! And then bloody hog just disappears to the other side of the lane. I'm like, wait, what the hell? I just shattered him.
You need to see this in slow motion because it was me and it was Mole,
No,
and I don't know how we managed to coordinate that.
badly, because I just shattered them.
Yeah. So you're running in because you've got ult. You're about to lose your shield.
And I knew they didn't have I knew they didn't have a shield of their own.
So you ult. That takes out 2 of them.
Which I mean is great, but then boop and boop.
Yep, so I boop him, and then Mole boops him, so he goes
He's
from
just gone.
literally in front of you to up here. And
Yeah. He got launched.
yeah.
At least we got 1 kill.
We got 1 kill, and it gave us the ability.
I think Mercy got this res off.
Mercy burned her res and then died, which was very handy. Oh, this was the thing that really bugged me. Here I am aiming for Ash. No one's pushing the payload. And so I'm busy trying to frickin' get this Ash.
That's
right? I am looking
not moving back.
I am looking straight at her here. And I miss with my frickin' whip. So there she is with low health. She gets away. Jat's in the high ground, which is really good.
Mole's just out in no man's land.
Yeah, and Curious just got herself healed up. I just threw a heal on you.
So I remember seeing a Riptide come out of nowhere. I just didn't know where she was. Or I heard a Riptide at least. I don't know, like, with Curious, I never know where she is. Like, I know that she's just does whatever the hell she feels like a player, but I still haven't worked out where she goes.
And so she ults from up there. 4 of us are down on the point. Mole's just in the middle of it all. Going for Torb.
Here comes a Riptide, there goes a Mercy and an Ana, both supports. I'm pretty sure that's where you called the both supports were down.
Mm-hmm. Probably. You lost shield. Torb ulted.
I remember this.
I got pulled in by Roadhog while trying to deal with
He didn't get a shot off, he must have to reload or something. Yeah, he was. I'm trying to hit Torb without standing on the bloody lava. Yeah, and then there's Jats, Curious, and Mole just decimating the rest of the team.
Again, questionable ult from Bappo.
Yeah, that was end of fire ult, completely fine. It's almost like he just uses it like it's on cooldown.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, look how much health that hog had. Oh.
Yep. So you charge in.
I was hoping to either get the Mercy or get the Orisa just off the res, but I was a bit
Oh, we all went for her.
Yeah, I know, that poor Orisa. Now I got slapped again. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I'm on fire.
I like how you and Jat stayed by the car because the rest of us were like, ooh, people to chase.
Well, there wasn't much to do. Half their team was still respawning, so I was like, I'm just gonna chill on this because you guys have more health than me anyway.
Yeah. Ooh, Mulga got hooked and reaped and survived, and here I died. I thought I had a little bit of backup, but I didn't realize I charged into 4 of them.
You charged into 4 of them by yourself. The rest of the team, Curious is back here. The rest of us, guess where we are?
Yeah. Well, just before that, there were like 3 or 4 of us up, so I thought I could get away with with a bit of an aggressive stance, but it was just like, I didn't realize that Mole got hooked and reaped, so he was really low, and Curious also backed off, and yeah, everyone just kind of backed off, and I didn't realize it, so I just kind of went in, and yeah, it didn't go too well, as we can see.
So, directly after you died from fighting 4 of them, Curious ults from the weirdest spot. Gets both of their supports.
Really? Oh, God, she's good at that.
The other thing is, she's in a spot where they won't be able to kill her very easily. But it's also close enough for her to stand so that they don't see it coming. Which is very smart. Their Roadhog is hanging around the left. Again, an okay ult from Bappo, but
yeah,
there's really no one to shoot.
Yeah, like, that one's better. It could have saved, like...
It might have been to just burn the Rhine shield? I don't know.
It's... even then, we weren't close enough to really capitalize on that. That's okay.
I mean, we won this... We won this match regardless of our Bappo's questionable ults, because his invulnerability field usage was fantastic. Also, I just got wrecked in the middle of this.
Yeah.
So, I stayed on the payload.
Probably my fault, because I saw someone out of position, so I went to go punish it. And
So I stay on the payload, because I'm like, I'm going to stay on the payload. This is a smart thing to do, because we want to win this, right?
Well, yeah, but see, I suppose I don't... I still had the diva mindset. Like, that's why I try not to play Ryan, because if I see something out of position, I'm going to punish it, and that's a diva-ish kind of thing to do, and like, I was playing Ryan, so I can't really get away with that. But the other thing is I'll accept losing a little bit of progress on the payload to jump off and kill things and then get back on it, instead of only fighting around the payload and always having someone on it. I don't mind leaving it for a little bit to get it, to punish something.
Yeah.
That was just me and bad. I just didn't say anything. I just kind of wandered off and started doing my own thing.
Well, you wandered off, and guess who followed you?
Yeah, well, I didn't notice that. I'm glad he did, otherwise Reaper probably would have killed me.
Yeah, no, he kept you alive through that, but... Now, your ult here was brilliant. Even though most of us weren't nearby, there is no way they were expecting that.
Well, I think that was the other player. How did I miss the Mercy?
I don't know. She got very lucky.
I think my initial plan was to try and get that little sneaky ult off, and then I saw the Reaper, so I'm like, whatever. But
can we appreciate this for a second?
he's just ignoring the people behind him and just keeping me alive. I love this Bapper.
Helden sterben nicht.
Look at that.
Bob, do something!
Area denied.
Bloody Bob knocking me around everywhere. Pretty sure I ended up dying here anyway.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Mole died too. Then Bappo. Oh no, Jats. Jats, what are you doing?
Yeah. I
Oh,
remember
that's
you
right. I do remember throwing the heal on her. Because I was like, she's alone out there. She doesn't have full health. Hi, Hyper Black God. We're just reviewing one of our comp games from a couple hours ago. So I'm like, I'm gonna throw a heal on her and then immediately hide. Because there is nothing I can do. Because I know the entire team is behind. And Jats is in there alone. Ryan is only just getting back.
Okay, so they
Yeah,
switched
Jats
on
is...
to Ryan.
Okay,
No,
that's
no,
interesting. Jats does some damage to the Roadhog, which makes him regroup with his team.
Which is probably good, because I don't think we would have expected him to be that far forward. He probably would have got an early pick on one of us.
Yeah, for sure.
Because a lot of hogs play like a flank hog solo player. And then I ended up switching to hog because I got sick of playing Ryan.
And then you hook the hog.
That poor.
And then I stun him as he tries to get away.
I
So we
know,
kill
I
him.
actually noticed him. Oh, he had ult too. That was a nice kill. I
He
actually
had ult?
noticed that when I play hog, I talk a bit more, like when I hook a target and to focus a target. I don't really do that with many other heroes,
Yes.
but with hog I always do it, because if I hook something and it doesn't die, I get really annoyed.
For good reason.
Yeah.
So here's
It's
the
like-
really interesting thing. Mole just bumped everyone into the air. He's now behind them. None of us have ults, but Jats is close. I'm on the payload. You three are back here. I fall back to kind of stick with you guys. Ryan is nanoed.
Nano.
Bappo places his invulnerability field. Mole is off distracting the supports. He's knocked them back.
Yeah, like he's completely zoned out both of them.
Curious is out here. She probably helped kill the Roadhog, actually.
I think we all helped to kill the Roadhog, to be perfectly honest. And Jats is fighting a Reaper up top. She just...
And lost. So Reaper comes in with... Oh no, he dies. Curious kills him. How did Curious get him?
Probably just lobbing nades up there. Curious knew that Reaper was up there from when he killed Jats.
Yeah, so she lobbed
So-
nades.
And he was in a doorway, which is bad, so... Also, earlier on, she did also concussion mine, and she was up there for a moment. I don't think she was, like, up on the walkway, but she blew herself up to that level, so she would have seen him.
She's such a good frickin' Junkrat. So, I'm dead. The rest of the team is not, and I think this is where we win, because I'm not there when we win, right?
I'm not sure.
So Mole focuses the Mercy, who is in the process of rezzing the Ana. That leaves Ash against you, Curious, and Mole.
And Bappo.
And Bappo is
Well,
nearby.
I mean, he's
keeping you
around
alive,
the
yeah.
town. Yeah. And that Ash just gets to leave. I missed. Well,
He
Hog,
hooked-
that concussion mine saved my damn life.
Yeah.
But nah, like Hog throws me off sometimes because I keep forgetting his shotgun's actually a projectile. It's not hit scan.
Mm-hmm.
So I still miss with it quite a lot. But I've been enjoying Hog, so I've been practicing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure I hooked the Hog out of this room.
You
Out of the
did.
shadow.
And then you frickin' wreck him. So, if they were able to get anyone close enough at this point, it would be the Ana. Also,
And she would have died instantly.
that's not how capes work.
Oh my god, what? Even like at this point, yeah. As you said, Anna Wood is the only one that's even remotely, even near it, and even
And
then,
it's
she's nowhere near
important
it.
to note, yes, it's important to note, everyone's facing that exit, except Curious. Curious is keeping an eye on this.
Well, I'm pretty sure the left side exit facing it from our position is the fastest one to get out of.
Yeah.
Victory.
Curious does notice them coming out of that exit that we won, so.
Yep. And that is how we won our first comp game today.
First and only.
First and only.
That's fun. I should remember to go through my comp games more often.
I agree.
Yeah, we should do that again, because that was fun. I just like seeing all the bits and pieces that happened in the background that we didn't see.
Should we do a quick review of Paris where we won in 2 minutes?
Oh my god, this one was ridiculous. I don't even really know how we managed to do this. Oh, we're red. Okay.
Yeah, I don't like how it does that, and you can't change it.
Okay. Okay, defense team. Whoever starts on defense is blue. And team 1. Yeah, okay.
Maybe, it's really weird.
Well, the other one, we were blue in that comp game. We started out on defense, so...
Like,
whoever
there isn't even
starts
any point in me fast forwarding this, because this goes nuts.
Yeah, I mean, they just... Yeah. They tried, and it didn't work.
1. Attackers incoming.
Admittedly, like,
Defend objective.
one of their characters, yeah, like, one of their people haven't even picked... Oh no, that's one of theirs or one of ours? No, one of theirs hasn't even picked yet, and we lost our Ana just as we capped the first point. We capped the second point with only the 5 of us.
Not to mention, they've got a Genji, a Hanzo, a McCree, and 2 support.
I deleted the Genji. I got a really good right click on him.
So Mol goes in. He's like, no one's really shooting me. Jats goes in. No. I go in. I immediately follow McCree? No. I go for the... Okay, interesting.
Too sure
Then
what
Moira
we did.
dies.
Yeah, she gets destroyed.
Mol goes on the point by himself. I'm fighting off this Genji. You finish him off.
I
Jats
get
is
a
in the
beautiful
air.
right click about here.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow Mole survives a stun when he's in front of a McCree and a bloody Lucio. That just shouldn't happen. Then this McCree's like, I got him! Nope.
No, the Hanzo finished him. Oh no, the McCree finished him. The Hanzo might have done a bit of damage to him. So Hanzo still thinks he can distract us a bit.
I missed my man. I was upset. And that's why Jeff's got to play the game. Then I'm like, yeah, now point's pretty much taken. I'll just.
This next bit was actually really fascinating.
New defense point. Objective B.
So you hook in their
Got the
Hanzo
Yeah.
and kill him immediately. Mole's right behind you. I don't know what Mole's doing.
Kyrie's got the split spawn. She's still coming back off the first spawn.
Yeah.
What are the...
So I go in and I immediately go for this Moira. Jats and Mole immediately go for the center.
I get that little combo. There goes Lucio.
Oh, interesting. Mole and Jats originally went through the center, then just went around the right. You went through the center by yourself, fighting off Genji. Hanzo died there. I'm here with Curious. She stuns the Genji, which kills him, and we go in through this way. So literally half the team going in this way. You're going through the middle. Mole's already on the other side of the frickin' point.
You should look what I did to this Widow. Like, I don't know, I just found this great. The railing was in the way, so I break the railing purposely, then hook her. Because I expected the railing to hurt me. I had to screw my hook, and then yeah, Mole's just like, look at him.
And bang.
2.5 minute match.
That was like our first match of the day. Went great. Well, that was fun. I reckon when we do another session of comp, we should go through that. That was fun.
I mean, we could definitely go through, probably not tonight, but one of the games we lost.
I mean, going through a lost one would probably be better, not the Iconvolve one. Like, no way am I going through that one. I know how we lost that one. I do not want to watch that one again.
Which Ilios did I just kept getting wrecked on? I think it was Arcade, wasn't it?
Oh, no, Ilios on, it was our competitive match, I think. It was our competitive match on Lighthouse, where you just kept trying to get back to the point, and they just wouldn't let you back to the point, you just kept dying.
So I'm gonna quickly show you this, at like double speed, because it's brutal.
I need to see this from your perspective, because I was just dicking around on the point doing my own thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it was this
what can I
first point,
do?
you just...
1.25. F5. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna speed this up to 2.
I remember you saying that you just kept getting wrecked.
Okay, so I never even reached the point because I die there.
He did too, Jesus.
Okay, so now the control point is unlocked. So I'm like, alright, I'll go in this way. I'll throw in some heals, you know.
I think we ended up forcing a Reaper out there, and he ended up...
yeah. So, I die there. So that's 2 deaths, and we're 1 minute into this round. So I haven't even touched the point yet.
Perfect. Not to mention the my shield's up.
Reaper gets me.
Yeah, then there was a Reaper. I remember that Reaper I forced out.
This is all part of
Yep, and then you killed him. So this is where I was like curious, you need to, you know, go with me.
Hey, that's the point.
Winston really wanted to knock me off the map here, so. And then I tried to knock Hanzo off, and because I was busy focusing on Hanzo,
You didn't notice the self-destruct. That was when the Reaper walked off the map as well. It was funny.
yeah.
See, we did pretty well this first round.
You guys did.
Yeah. But we still ended up losing it, and then the second round, like, we might as well just stayed in spawn. You're like, yeah, I can do this. And you're like, just kind of by yourself, trying to fight a Reaper.
I was with Curious for at least half of that.
Oh,
Winston killed me with his jump.
yeah, he's just like, hi. Yeah, I don't think we caught the point again after this. We got the 96 and that was it.
Nanoboost is ready to deploy.
So now I'm like, okay, I'm at least with the team now. Isn't that nice? So we take out the Winston. Curious takes out Hanzo out of nowhere. There's
Somehow.
Reaper. I'm trying to focus Reaper. So I knock out his ult, But then he frickin' gets nanoed
Yeah, and he
and
just
kills
destroys
the
all-
rest of the team. So there's another one of my deaths.
I backed out because I thought we still had time, and then I heard the sound of my, oh crap, no. And I don't even think I got back to the point. I got stunned and slept and just destroyed.
I legit spent more of that round walking from spawn than I did anywhere near the point.
Yeah, you got really unlucky. And I'm actually going to head off there. One, I
Yeah.
don't want to watch the second round of this match.
I don't plan to.
It was
sucked.
bad.
It really
let's
sucked.
just not talk about that. But no, I reckon after another session we can play some comp games. I have to go through a couple more of them because that was fun.
For sure. Because I learned this last time I looked at it when I watched a replay from us playing together. How coordinated we are without even communicating.
Yeah, we just do things. Even then, like as I said earlier, I don't think it's really coordination. We just know what to do, and it's more we're just covering each other.
And we trust each other. Yeah.
Well, that's why when I play Ryan and say you and Jats are supporting, I just kind of swing because I know at least I'm going to get the heals. Yeah. Well, until next time, I'm probably going to play more tomorrow night, try and get another comp game done, and then
Yep,
I'll probably...
I'm definitely up for that.
Yeah, if we don't finish them on Friday, it doesn't really bother me because I'm probably going to be playing most of Friday because I'll cut it off.
Alright, sounds good.
So, we'll see what happens there. Oh, have a good one, man.
No worries, see ya. Okay. So, that was Overwatch. That was us in competitive. Some interesting matches today, for sure. I am going to head to bed because I am very tired and it is 10:50. I've got work in the morning. Thanks for hanging out. If we do end up doing more placements tomorrow, which according to Sonic we might be, it might just be me and Sonic and Curious. We'll see how available Jats is. But enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Wrong button. That one.